Hello guys, what's up, How are you doing today? Hello. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Wait, it's Monday? It's Monday, right? Fuck. For a second I thought it's Wednesday. I don't know why. In my head it was Wednesday for a moment. That would have been much better. It is 3 p.m, I know. I know it's late. I had a bunch of things to do and I still haven't done everything and it is what it is. Hey Anders, what's up? Hey Gamer, Calandra, I'm Woden, Crow, Sim, Stricken, what's up? Hey Flavie, hello James, hey Anders, hey Srosh. How y'all doing today? Hey Lagarn, hey Drake. Alright, I got my coffee. I got a huge cup of coffee. Before we do anything else, I need to show you something. You see the Lucky Charm that I picked up on the cycling stream last week? I got it here. It's so cute. Look at it. It's a snowflake. Look how cute it is. It's gonna be your and my Lucky Charm from now on. I'm always gonna carry it with me for the IRL streams. Very cute. Nothing can happen to us now. It is super cute. When are we driving golf again? Tomorrow, I think. Probably tomorrow. There's a slight problem with the IRL streams coming up. And it's the fact that my phone broke. My Samsung, it just stopped the screen stopped working. It's very, very strange. It just happened yesterday out of nowhere. I swear, it didn't like fall down or anything, which, to be fair, this phone fell a few times. But, I mean, it was still working fine. And then yesterday, at some point, the top side of my screen didn't react anymore to touch. And then, at some point later, it just turned black and never turned on again. The phone itself is working. Like, it's vibrating, everything is working. I plugged it into a monitor and the monitor is displaying everything. And then I did this like diagnostic check on the phone and there's like one check where you have all of these like squares that fill your whole screen and you have to like touch like all the squares to like activate them. And it's the exact middle of the display that isn't working. So like the exact top half is not reacting to any touch. The bottom is working. And of course the screen is black as well. So, like, nothing's happening. The phone itself is working, though, so I don't know what happened. I opened up the phone because I was thinking, and when I say I was thinking, it's David that was much smarter than I and was thinking about it, but David thought maybe there's the cable that, like, unplugged itself because, you know, obviously the phone was on my bike and it was vibrating a lot, so potentially, like, maybe a cable came loose. The display cable potentially. But then I opened up the phone and I removed all of the cables and plugged them back in and nothing seemed to be off, like nothing seemed to be loose or anything. So yeah, I don't know, maybe just the screen that broke because my screen does have a little bit of a hole here at the bottom because it fell onto like a corner in the gym somewhere and ever since then it broke here. So maybe that just what ended up breaking the screen eventually. I don't know. I did order a new screen to self-repair. So I'm going to replace my screen again by myself. Only costs 180 euros, which is much cheaper than if you get it repaired at a store. Then you have to pay like 400 or something. So yeah, I ordered a new screen and I will replace it again. But until then, I don't have... I mean, I still have my iPhone, right? Which is my streaming phone. I still have that, and I can use this one for now. The problem is when I'm IRL streaming, I kind of need both phones. So now I don't really know how I'm going to do that. I mean, I can still stream from this phone, which is good. I guess I can use the Pixel, like David's like really old phone. I can use that. It's an Android. To like reach chat and do real-time stuff. I don't know. I'll figure it out tomorrow. tomorrow I'm going to give it a try. Because unfortunately, it's raining all week. You know how sunny and warm it was on the real life stream, the bike packing that we did? It was so warm and so nice. It was incredible. And the last 2 days it started raining and it's cooling down quite a lot. And I'll show you the weather forecast for next week. Look at this. Look at this sadness. Today it has been raining all day already. Today's raining 21 liters. Tomorrow it's raining, and it's going to be not really warm anymore either. Goes all the way down to 5 degrees, 3 degrees. It's not that cold during the night. It's not freezing because it's cloudy during the night, so it contains the heat a little bit, which is nice. So it doesn't freeze during the night, which is good for the plants and everything that people already have put outside. But yeah, still, it's not great. It's not cycling weather, that's for sure. Hopefully, this is the weather forecast for next week. Is obviously not accurate just yet. This could change very rapidly. But hopefully next week is going to be warmer and nicer again so we can go cycling again. But yeah, I was thinking since it's raining all of the time and it's going to be a bit tough for me to do any kind of proper real life streams, which really sucks because I kind of would have to train cycling. I need to just cycle more so I can keep up with David somehow. Because holy shit, it's apparently very hard to do that. Who knew that David is better at cycling than I am? Who would have thought? But yeah, anyway. So I kind of want to cycle more, right? To get used to it more. But yeah, how am I supposed to do that? I don't know. Anyway, tomorrow I was thinking maybe we can do a gardening stream. Gardening stream is also not going to be really nice when it's raining, being outside in a garden when it's raining onto your head is a little bit fucked off. But if you look at tomorrow, it's not supposed to rain that much until the afternoon. So, I guess I could maybe do some gardening still. And also if it rains a little bit, then yeah, I guess it is what it is. Right? I don't know. We'll see. I think I'm gonna do a stream because I need to go shopping first of all. I need to buy some plants for the garden. I need to buy some herbs and some strawberries for for the garden. And then I need to buy that one I can buy later. But yeah, I just need to buy some of this stuff. Which we can do anyway if it's raining, right? We can just do a car stream, a shopping stream. And then once I'm home, I still have to put a bunch of soil into the big pots for the tomatoes that I'm gonna be planting soon-ish, in 2 weeks or so. So I still have to prepare the pots for those and for the bell peppers as well. And I have to plant onions too, onions and strawberries. And if it's not raining too much, then I could also prepare some more of these stones, scrape out the gravel and put it in soil and stuff. But that one's probably not going to be happening tomorrow when it's raining like that. So yeah, so the plan for this week, today we're just playing WoW, trying to push some score, talking about TGP that happened yesterday. And then tomorrow, attempt of an IRL stream, even if it's raining and stuff. Wednesday and Thursday. Well, Thursday, I actually have a special guest for my stream. It's going to be Gingy, the one and only, that is joining me on Thursday on my M+ bootcamp. Now, the bootcamps went really well. I really enjoyed them so much. And you guys enjoyed them too, so we're going to continue the series. But the thing to note about the bootcamps now is that I actually got all of the basic knowledge of the dungeons already from the previous coaches. So now I'm going to focus more on the actual really high-end stuff. That might not be as useful to people because obviously you're not going to be applying TGB strategies to your pack groups, right? But I think it's still going to be very interesting to hear and just generally just hearing the approach to M+ and to practicing and everything from high-end players, I think that's still incredibly valuable for normal players as well, because you can apply a thing or two to your own gameplay, right? So I was thinking, since the M+ boot camps now for the basic mechanics have kind of concluded now, since I did all of the dungeons, I think I'm now moving on to like the higher, I don't know how to call them, but like the boot camps was more like the basics. So like basic M+ boot camp. And now we're moving to like high-end M+ boot camp, right? So like we're moving a step up. And we're talking about more high-end stuff now, which I think is going to be really interesting. And that's also gonna make it much easier to listen to, in my opinion. Advanced would be a good word, yeah. I do think that a lot of the basic boot camps that we had with the coaches, they were focused a lot on mechanics, like basic stuff, which is a little bit much information to take in. But now we're going to move up and do some like advanced classes, as Claudia said. And then we're going to focus on more information that is maybe more digestible as well. So more in a podcasty kind of style. And of course, when Gingy is here, we want to talk about the TGP and how they prepared and all that kind of stuff. I think it's going to be really cool. Then I did ask Royben if she wants to join on Wednesday, but she didn't answer because I asked her 2 days ago when it was her group that was playing. So I'm kind of assuming that she didn't read it yet and didn't get around to do that yet. And if Royben is not joining, I can ask some other TGP players, either from Group C that haven't been playing yet, or from maybe Group A that have concluded now. Maybe like Scheller or someone who could also be down. I didn't want to ask another person from Echo because I already have Gingy. So, or Wunderbar. So I didn't want to have like, because then they might be saying like similar things, you know. So I was thinking maybe we get someone from another team. All right. So that's the plan for today. Friday, I'm not streaming, actually, because I have a bunch of appointments in the morning. And then I have to cast the TGP in the evening. So that's the schedule for this week. Only 4 streams. I'm going to try to do the best with these weather conditions when it comes to the IRL streams. One more thing I wanted to show you guys. Look at this. You know how during the IRL streams, and now moving forward, I think we kind of want to, or I'm not sure if it's going to become a thing, but I'm going to try it. But some time ago when we did an IRL stream, we hit a sub goal where you guys could choose an outfit for me. And we ended up deciding on like a shirt that you can choose like motifs that I will be drawing on. And the first motif that you guys chose was a dinosaur astronaut. Astronaut dinosaur. Don't ask. It just happened, I guess. And of course, I listened to you guys. And I got this old shirt from my little brother. He was so nice to give me this like super oversized shirt that he doesn't need anymore. And I drew this dinosaur onto it. What a cutie pie. Look at him. It's a fucking T-Rex astronaut. So from now on, I was thinking that we could continue this series with the shirt. That whenever I do an IRL stream, I can like have a small little sub goal that just kind of happens on the side. Nothing like too crazy. Like not like 5 million subs or whatever. And if we reach it, you guys can choose a motif for the shirt and I will be drawing it on. And then maybe eventually the shirt will be full of drawings and it's going to be super cool. And of course, if we reach the sub goal, I will also put on the shirt as well during the IRL streams. That's the idea behind it, that I will be wearing this shirt with all of the motifs on it eventually. And then I was thinking as well, if it's a thing that you guys like, I'm obviously not going to continue if you don't like it. But if you guys like this idea and people come up with nice motifs and stuff, and once we fill the shirt with like more stuff, then I was thinking for the next special stream, we could have a shirt with the motifs or something like that for you guys to win, you know? Or maybe you can choose one of the motifs as well, and I will be drawing it on your shirt, and then I will send it out to you guys, you know? I thought that's a super cute idea. So I don't know. I'll give it a try. I thought it would be really cute. And then maybe you can choose like the cutest motifs that you like the most, and then I'll be putting those onto your shirt that you're winning. But yeah, I thought it's cute. I'm gonna see if we can continue with this trend and draw on some more of these things. Just wanted to show you real quick because I thought it's the cutest thing ever. I have a bad feeling this shirt is going to have a cactus penis on it. Honestly, I would be disappointed if there's no cactus penis on it. I would be very sad if we don't have at least one cactus penis on it. But yeah, I was thinking that like we have some like basic things that are like a kind of a theme of the stream anyway, like a cactus penis and stuff like that always works. And then I was also thinking, since there are sub goals for IRL streams, maybe something funny happens during the IRL stream, or something noticeable or something special happens during the IRL stream, and then we can kind of choose that motif for that stream. I thought that would be really cute, because then each motif that you see in the shirt has like a story behind it, you know? If you see let's say a lake, right? Like I'm drawing a lake, and me jumping into it or whatever, then you know, oh, it was that stream where Naguura jumped into the lake and didn't film it. Or if it's like a salami called Giovanni, then you know, oh, this was from that like sliding stream, you know what I mean? So I thought it would be really cool to have some sort of like a memory t-shirt, so we can remember all of those special streams. I thought it would be cute. But anyway, moving on, sorry. That was enough about the shirt. I just really liked the idea. So, but let's move on and do some gaming. Like when you enhance the lovely couple Snowheart with names and everything with a cacti penis. Yep, like that one, for example. What was their names? Eliana and Pedro. I don't know. I don't remember. We need David to jump as well. He didn't. That's true. David didn't jump into the lake. Honestly, I'm actually so sorry that we ended up doing these sub goals, and then the whole jumping to lake thing was didn't just quite work out. I feel so bad for it, honestly, because I kind of like baited you guys to like, you know, so we can reach the sub goal together, and I kind of like, you know, pushed it a little because I thought it would be super funny. But I had just no idea that the lake would be so inaccessible. And then when I saw it, I was like, fuck. And I felt so bad that I couldn't stream it properly, and I felt bad that, you know, you didn't quite get the thing that some people ended up gifting subs for. I do feel really, really bad for that. I'm still trying to make it up for you somehow, for maybe next IRL stream where there's any kind of like body of water, that I will jump into it just like that, you know? Maybe even twice. Maybe do a backflip even. Thanks for 17 months, Rapidona. Thank you so, so much. But yeah, I am very sorry to the people that donated and helped with the subs. I'm sorry that we didn't end up jumping. I really didn't want to like film all of those people and stuff though. Yeah, I should have done some more research beforehand. I had no idea that this lake was so inaccessible, because I've been to the lake before, just not like at the lake. I've been like a little bit further away from the lake looking at it, and I knew that the lake is pretty big, so I kind of just assumed, you know, that there's space all over the place. But it turns out that most of the area around the lake is private property. The only public space was the 2 areas that we went to that was like full of people. Yeah, I had no idea that it was all private. Really unfortunate. That, yeah, when I say unfortunate, I should have done the research. That's my bad. But I will make it up to you guys. I'm very, very sorry. Next time I do a sub goal like this, I will for sure do more investigation before I put up the sub goal. I'm sorry. One sec. What are the audio things called? Oh yeah. All good, sorry. So, good music. I'm glad you like it. There's a lot of German songs lately in my playlist, though. And don't get me wrong, there's some of these German songs I really enjoy, but at some point it's getting a bit much. How's the restaurant down the mountain from the hotel? So it turned out that the restaurant that we cycled past wasn't actually the restaurant that we went to, or that we had the reservation on in the evening. It was another restaurant with a very similar name, and the restaurant was even further up the mountain. So we ended up cycling to the restaurant after, like at 8 p.m. or so. And it was so steep. I ended up having to walk. I ended up getting off my bike and just fucking walked. David obviously didn't walk. He managed to cycle up. But at some point, I just got off the bike. I was like, fuck, I'm not doing this. I can't do it. So I got off the bike and started like carrying the bike. And then David cycled past like some people that were at a restaurant. Not a restaurant, like at their homes. And they just like looked at us and said, oh, you should have brought a rope to like, carry her up the mountain. That would have been convenient. Oh, man. And then they told me to just get an e-bike. I'm so okay. Fuck you. The fucking road was like this, okay? Oh, man. E-bike shaming? Yeah. David appears to be one with his bike. Oh, David's definitely one with his bike. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes it into the shower. No. He wouldn't take it into the shower. I mean, what do you mean? That could be bad for the bike. It's crazy how David can just do all of this, and it's seemingly just nothing to him, you know? He's just like, oh, just another day. Cycling up a mountain almost straight up, calling someone on the phone, looking up a route, like whatever. Probably a beer in one hand, cigarette in the other. It's like, oh, whatever. Like, this is nothing. To be fair, his bike that he used to go to Nepal was like 50 kilograms or something. So if you manage to cycle up mountains with 50 kilograms, then it's probably a lot easier now that he has a road bike. I can see how he has trained for this. So I guess what I really need to do is strap a child or just like a small person around. Oh my god, thank you so much for buying soil for my garden. Thank you so much. Wait, and the overall too? Wait, that's so cute. Oh my god, Anonymous, that is so, so nice of you. You're the cutest. Thank you. An anonymous gifter has gifted soil for my garden. And the overall that I put in there that I am trying to see how it looks like or how convenient it is for the garden as well. Thank you so much, Anonymous. That is so, so nice of you. Oh my god, now I'm going to be super ready for the gardening streams. That's amazing. Thank you very much, Anonymous. Thank you so, so, so much. That is so, so nice. Hey, Calandra, what's up? Good morning. Oh my god, Naguura, I planted my tomatoes. You already planted your tomatoes? Man, I wish I could do that as well. It's too cold still here. And peppers, and then my backyard has flooded twice. And my plants are so sad, and I'm so sorry, Calandra. That sucks so much. Fuck. Oh no. Shit. I need a higher plant than you have, I guess. Yeah, those higher plants I had, they're really nice. I really like them also for like, you know, back pain, even though mine is a little bit low for my height, I guess. But yeah, for stuff like that, it's very nice. And it just contains, it's just more contained, right? So like it's nice for working on it, for your back. It's also, it's generally nice, as you said, for any kind of flooding or whatever. Also for, I guess for like animals and stuff, it's also kind of nice because it's elevated. Then you don't get you still get animals, right? Like spiders and whatnot. But I guess for snails and stuff, it's a little bit harder to get to, so, but I'm sorry, Kalana, that really sucks. I'm so sorry for your tomatoes and bell peppers. Oh, poor babies. I hope they recover and make it. I believe in your bell peppers and your tomatoes. I think they're strong enough to recover. They got this. Evan, unconfirmed rumor, David is talking to a surgeon. He's trying to get his legs replaced by wheels. So yeah. The plan for me in the future is to cycle a lot more to be able to keep up with David. I don't think I'll ever be able to keep up with him, but the closer I get, the more, the less he has to hold back, I guess. Poor guy. Like imagine being David, being so much fitter than me, and constantly having to just cycle slower and just be bored. It's like, oh, I have to wait for her again. It's going like half of the speed that he could go. It's unfortunate, really. Hey, Aura, what's up? How are you doing? All right. I did upload the new part 2 of the bootcamp, the M+ bootcamp with Maris, in case you didn't see it. Some people might have thought that they already watched it, but we divided it in 2 parts. So if you liked the M+ bootcamp with Maris, the first part, there's a second part now live as well. So check that out if you haven't yet. It is very like informational. Like there's a lot of stuff packed in there. A lot of info and just information kind of overloads. So I hope you can still digest it as much as possible. I do want to say that there's definitely some things that I didn't quite pick up either. But yeah, it's up on YouTube if you guys want to check it out. It contains Floodgate and DFC. So check it out. I will also be uploading the other boot camps in the future. I will be uploading the Lamike boot camp and also the the Corona bootcamp. The Corona one focused a little bit more on Moonkin stuff. So if you're interested in that, then definitely give that a go. And as I said, Gingy will join me on Thursday and maybe somebody else on Wednesday as well. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Orakai. Thank you so much. Just wanted to stop by and thank you for the IRL stream. The two of you single-handedly inspired me to go back into cycling again. Oh, that is so amazing, Orakai. Oh my god, I'm so glad David and I somehow managed to inspire you or motivate you to go into cycling again. And I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy your journey back into cycling, and I hope you have an amazing time. That is so good to hear. And thank you so much for gifting us up to them, Anonymous. Oh, messages like this just make me really happy. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. That is very nice. That made my day. Most entertaining 60 seconds of the season happened yesterday on Tettle stream. Alright, I'll check it out. But yeah, I really enjoyed the cycling stream so much. And honestly, like in my mind, I can't wait to do more of this. And I kind of just want to go immediately, you know? I kind of just want to go right now and cycle somewhere. Bring you guys with me and just go, you know? Unfortunately, it's bad weather and it's raining all week, which, you know, me said that's probably not going to happen, but... But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I'm definitely going to do a lot more of those cycling streams coming up. So I will let you know when I do the next one, as soon as I have some more information on the weather. Because this week is going to be really bad, so unfortunately no cycling stream this week. But next week I definitely want to do another one if the weather is going to play along. So let's watch this Tettle's content.
Breaking soon.
Ad.
I'm a bozo. I thought I was gonna hit the wall.
Taunt the defender off of me.
Beams incoming.
Oh. Wait.
Have your wrist.
Stress him. You don't need me up.
The boss.
I'm just sending an extra touch on this.
It's fine.
I refuse to search this though.
Is the boss gonna reset? No.
Oh.
No.
Trim down. Oh, no reset.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah, 2 targets always starfall. Well.
Wow.
Dude, I love the reaction to this. First, he's just like, silence, and then, well. Well.
Wait, it just happened, man.
Turn to taunt the guy and...
Oh.
Trim down.
I'm just sending an extra touch on this.
It's fine.
I refuse to search this though.
Oh, man. I'm super happy you like cycling. Oh, I do. Did you ever think to do a cycle trip on a country? Oh, you mean to like go to a country and do a cycle trip there? For sure, like 100% I want to do that. I guess it's a little bit more complicated to go to another country because like to bring your bike and stuff, right? You would have to go to a country where you can bring your bike in a car. But then of course the country has to be somewhat close by because otherwise you have to drive forever. You can, I guess, also like bring your bike in a plane, but that's a little bit more complicated, I guess, right? But I mean, it's not that it's impossible. That's obviously something I can do. Now, when I do IRL streams in other countries, that is a little bit more complicated because, like the internet in general for IRL streams is already like very complicated. And for now, I've kind of figured it out for here where I live, for Italy, right, with all the SIM cards and stuff that you need. But when you go to a different country, then all of a sudden you need the SIM cards that work in that country to get mobile internet there. And then you don't really know like where does it work, where does it not work. It's kind of hard to tell when you do cycling streams because cycling streams are like you're going through areas that are very kind of like remote, right? And usually the information that you get on internet coverage is mainly contained to like cities and towns, right? Like if you look at these websites that show you the internet coverage, it's usually, oh, like this city has good coverage, this town has good coverage. But when you're cycling, you're not walking around in the city. Like you're cycling in somewhat remote areas where there's maybe no town around at all. And for these remote areas, it's usually a bit tougher to be able to get the information on the coverage. You know, you don't know, is there going to be zero internet between these cycle paths, right? And if that is true, then it's kind of hard to troubleshoot. At that point, it just doesn't work, right? So that's always a little bit of a problem at the moment. I guess, like there's a lot of information on cycling paths, because there's a lot of people that go cycling all over the world, right? So all of these cycling communities and like bike packing communities, they have a lot of information on cycling paths and where to go and what to do. But I guess none of them really care that much about internet connection, right? So they don't really they can't really tell you about that. Most people that are doing bike packing, they just care about the biking track and how good it is and how nice it is and how safe it is and whatnot. They don't care, do I have 5G everywhere or not? Maybe you need a Wi-Fi router. I mean, it's about it doesn't matter if you have a Wi-Fi router or not. It's about like the connection being there, right? You cannot have, like, no matter what kind of router or phone or whatever it is you have, if there's no internet connection, there's no internet connection, right? The only thing that would solve it would be Starlink. But Starlink is not really made for this just yet. The Starlink router is too big. I already ordered one to see how it is, and I returned it because it's too big. It wouldn't work. It's too big and it requires too much battery. Like it's almost like a small laptop, the Starlink Mini. And I can't really bring that on a like bike, right? On top of the fact that it also requires a huge amount of battery, like insane amount of battery, and it kind of like needs to be somewhat stable and like level, and that's also hard to do with like a bike as well. So yeah, there's no perfect solution just yet for real life streaming when it comes to internet connection. It's still in its infancy, you know? Real life streaming is definitely something that, in my opinion, is gonna advance a lot. Like in the next few years, I think real life streaming is gonna get better and better. And the more people are doing it, the more demand there is as well for companies to provide more products to improve the experience or to improve the capability and the whatever it is you need to set up for people. Right, but right now the amount of real life streamers that there are is very little, and the amount of real life streamers that do streaming that requires a little bit of a better setup is even smaller, right? Because a lot of real life streamers, they just like walk around in like a city. The amount of real life streamers that do cycling streams or like more advanced streams throughout like whatever is very small. So right now, it's a bit tough to navigate that space. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the perception of seeing IRL streamers in public from the general public? I mean, I personally I'm not somebody that necessarily cares that much when people see me IRL streaming. I do, like, the one thing that I care about a lot is to not annoy other people in like, okay, so there's two things, right? So you can actually like bother people with an IRL stream, in my opinion, or people are just generally bothered because you're an IRL streamer. And the latter, I don't care about as much. You know how people just generally get annoyed at like people filming a TikTok or people filming anything in public. There's some people who are just generally against that, right? there might be different reasons why. I don't know. Some people just generally don't like influencers or content creators. Like some people just hate streamers, or they hate YouTubers, or they hate content creators, right? And that's fine. And I get it, you know, like I understand. But those kind of people, just you existing bothers them, you know? And that's not, I can't really do anything against that. I'm sorry, but I am existing, you know? I do IRL streams. So I can't really please those people, you know? But there's people who don't care a lot about IRL streamers. And I don't want to bother those people by actually bothering them, you know? Like, for example, like, let's say I'm in a place where usually people are quiet. I don't know what that place would be, but you know what I mean. Like, let's say you're in a library, or you're in a cinema, or you're, I don't know, like some place where people are generally quiet. Then I don't want to go there and start like talking into my microphone and like bother everyone. Like basically just common knowledge. Like I just want to apply common knowledge to my IRL streams and not bother like a normal human that is just doing their thing. The same thing I would do if I would not be IRL streaming. So as long as I'm not doing anything to bother a person that I would also not do when I'm not streaming, then I'm fine with it. Because let's say, for example, I'm in a restaurant and I'm not filming anyone other than myself, but I'm talking into the microphone. Some people might be bothered by this, but then I'm asking myself why. If I'm not filming them and all I'm doing is talking, then what's different to me being in this restaurant with another human being and talking to that person? Like that would be the same amount of disruption as it would be than the stream, right? So I'm always trying to think of it in this way. And if then that still bothers people, well, I feel like then that's their problem. Then I can't really help them, you know? Then they're just bothered by me existing is basically the problem at that point, right? Then they just don't like content creators or streamers, right? And then there's nothing I can really do about it. So yeah, I'm just always trying to apply logic to it and to be reasonable and always like ask people about stuff beforehand. Like when I go to a restaurant, I ask them first if I'm allowed to do this or if not. Usually I call them in advance. And if I can't call them in advance, then I will ask them before I go in. And, you know, as long as you just do that, then I think it's fine. But I generally don't like being in public that much with the IRL streaming. That's why I do a lot of like hiking and cycling and whatnot. Because I'm just not super comfortable being like around loads and loads of people. I just think it's very stressful. Because you see people looking at you all the time and people are being like, oh, what is she doing, you know? And I feel like it adds like an extra level of stress onto the stream that I'm generally just not super happy with. And therefore, if I can avoid it, then I kind of try to not be around many people. And that kind of solves the problem, right? So then when I go hiking or when I go cycling, then I usually don't bother anyone really. So I would feel stupid going around in public talking to a camera. Yeah, of course, you would feel stupid if you never do this otherwise, right? But then you think about, like, for example, say you're talking to somebody on the phone on like you have earbuds in and you just talk to someone on speaker in a sense, you know? That's kind of the same thing. Like you're just talking out loud, but you're not holding a phone to your ear, right? And that at first is also weird to people. Like people basically see you talking to yourself until they understand, oh, they're on a call, you know? And I think it's the same thing when you're doing real life streams. You also just kind of sit there talking to yourself, and then people think, what the hell is she doing? And then they see the camera, it's like, oh, she's recording a video or something, right? I think the thing for those people is it is either a perceived or actual violation of their privacy and societal norms. I think most people, if asked, would say they don't want to be filmed and posted to the internet and when they are in public spaces. No, yeah, but as I said, like, if I'm not filming them. Like, there's people that are bothered by people filming, even if they're not... Like, they're basically the haters. Because if it's really obvious that I'm not filming you, and that there's no chance that you could be possibly in the camera, right? And then you're still bothered by me doing this, then at that point you're just like, you just don't like streamers or content creators or whatever, right? Which again, as I said, that's fine. If you don't like them, that's fine. But at that point, there's not much I can do about it. If you just hate my job, then you hate my job, you know? Like, you know, not much I can do to help you on that one. As long as I'm avoiding filming you as much as I possibly can, right? Still, the biggest creators feel weird about it. I can remember Montana Black saying, still after over 10 years of speaking to a camera in public, he's feeling weird about it. Most when older people ask him who he's talking to. I mean, yeah, obviously it's strange, but I'm honestly not bothered by it anymore as much. Obviously, I would rather not have people, like, look at me all the time. But just pretending that the other people don't exist usually helps. I guess the most common view of live streamers is that they are annoying, like pranking people, annoying people, and just being generally assets. Yeah, that is true. Sadly, it's those that get the media coverage and not the great ones. Yes, I guess obviously that's true, right? And then I do understand, as I said, like, it's not that I don't understand the people, like, I do get it. I mean, even if I see somebody film a TikTok that is, like, super cringe in public somewhere, even I am going to be like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? And I'm kind of the same, in a sense. Obviously, there's different kinds of content creators, right? But, yeah. Like, sometimes I can see another content creator filming some stupid thing in public, and even I could, like, be like, oh my god, like, rolling my eyes and be like, ugh, you know? And I'm doing the same thing as well, so. But yeah, as I said, I think you can't please everyone. And I think as long as I myself know that I'm trying my very best to not bother anyone and to try and avoid filming other people as much as I can, and, you know, just generally being mindful of others, then I'm content with myself. And, you know, I'm trying as hard as I can. And if that then still bothers people, then, you know, like, I'm sorry, but yeah. As long as there are, like, no, like, further rules or whatever in place, or as long as they don't actively tell me to stop or whatever, then, you know, I did as much as I could. And then the rest is just kind of, you know, up to them, I guess. Yeah, Fayena, yeah. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna do all the live streams for you so you don't have to bother with other people. I'm just bothered by people don't care if they're filming or not. Well, that is also true, I guess.
I will do my duty.
Same, actually, same. So, let's see what we have to upgrade here. We can only upgrade one thing. Probably belt. Yep. Let's do belt. So.
I will answer the call.
Crispo, thank you so much for 56 months. What's up? How you doing? Good morning, Chachi. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to listen to a voice message. So, all right, guys. Now I'm actually gonna start gaming. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Can't believe it's 4 p.m. It honestly feels like 11 a.m. It feels like I've been doing stuff all, like, the whole day, but it's, the time just, like, it was gone. It's crazy. I don't know what happened. So, this is now an IRL chatting stream. Fuck. Ah! Dude, these keys feel so fast! They get a moonkin so quickly. Shit. 15 flacket? What? Dude, they're all filling in front of my eyes. 16 flacket? I already have 16. Crack on, Nick Lavy. We're getting slow in our advanced age. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not slow at all. I'm literally just doing things all day. Somehow the time moves faster, I'm telling you. Telling you time moves quicker. I also need to change my recording tracks. I'm gonna do that. I'll just have the mic on the 3rd and others not. I think that's what I'm gonna do. That will solve all of the problems. What's that? I have Twitch. Oh, yeah, I see. Discord voice. Let's put that on 3. There we go. Okay, we're good. I'm vibing with the music today. Hey, Firedogs. Let's do another 16 floodgate. I still need to try that pixel skip thing in Flaggate. Will it solve my wife's student loan debt? When you're a child, say under 10, 3 hours seems like an eternity, but as an adult, 3 months seems like a blink of the eye. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's true. Like even just like when you think of years as a teenager, right? Like if you're like a young adult, like a young teenager or whatever, a person that's like a year older to you or 2 years older, like they are actually like much older in your head, right? Like if you're 14 and there's other like teenager that is 16, like that's a huge difference. You know, they're like infinitely older than you. And now if somebody's 2 years older than you, that's like, I mean, that's literally a blink of an eye, yeah? Like that's 2 years are gone so quickly. I hate now how fast life feels like. It moves as an adult in general. I now understand the youth is wasted on the young saying. Yep. I totally get you, Hannah, yeah. Yep. Also, I loved your April dub, Hannah. It reminded me that I also need to do one of those. I need to recap my April as well. Looked like you did have a good time, though. Also, I love your nails. I need to do my nails as well. Doing your nails is such a chore, though, because you have to keep it up so much. So much work. Thanks for 15 months, Ripish. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Also need to go to the hairdresser again and fix up my hair color. Look at my roots. Oh god, look at this. Oh no. I did message her on Instagram. Actually, let's see if she answered. She did. No, she did not. That's a lie. Wait, it was Mix's birthday? Oh no. I missed Mix's birthday. When was that? Oh man. Oh, it was her stream's birthday. Ah, okay. Okay. It's not noticeable until you tilt your head down, so just be taller than everyone and you're fine. Well, I guess I have to move to a country where people are very small. No problem, guys. Let me just move somewhere else. Wait. Oh! Oh my god, this explains everything. I was like, why is everyone doing Floodgate? Like, what's the fuck? Turns out I'm queuing for only Floodgate keys. Don't mind me, guys. Don't mind me. Oh, they want a feral. That's not me. How did you... So, TGP, guys. Let's talk about TGP. Did you guys enjoy TGP, first of all? What are your thoughts, comments, feedback? I kind of want to know what you guys think. Before I tell you my opinion. Loved it. It was fun. My thoughts are yes. It was TGP. Well, they renamed it to MDI now, but it was TGP. The new rule creates some cool comms, but it also widens the gap between teams. Yes and no, right? Like, it widens the gap for Sunday and closes the gap on Friday and Saturday. Like it's like I'm not sure if it's a good trade-off. I don't know. It's hard to tell, because for Friday and Saturday, the teams seemed closer than they maybe in reality were, because the better teams played off meta comps and the worst teams played meta comps, right? So because of that, the gap seemed closer. But on Sunday, it was the opposite, where the gap is bigger, right? So, yeah. I don't know. I'm also not really sure about it. I definitely think, like, Sunday, like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, but Sunday was just boring, right? The only thing that made Sunday interesting was seeing Echo pull off some insane struts. But everything else, like, it was not close at all. Like, it was, like, there was no excitement, right? I mean, it wasn't overall boring because, as I said, Wunderbar did do some cool struts that was cool to watch. But outside of the Wunderbar thing, it was really not exciting. Like, there was at no point did you think anyone other than Wunderbar is gonna make it. And 07, yeah. Like, yes, there was like a slight chance at some point that maybe the other teams, but no, not really. Like, everyone that watched was able to tell who is gonna be the top 2 teams and who's gonna be the bottom 2. So, like, there was no excitement in that regard. It was exciting to see, like, the high keys generally just being done, but yeah, there was no... It was just not close. Shit, what key did I get invited to? I tried something new today. I put protein powder in my porridge. It was not a good idea. Oh, really? It wasn't? Why? I've done that before. It turns out pretty well, usually. I like protein powder in my porridge. You do have to put a little bit more liquid in it, though, I think, to compensate for the powder. Yeah, I think if you put... So maybe if you have the same recipe as you always had, then maybe it doesn't turn out that well. But I think if you just add some extra liquid, whatever it is to use, milk or water or whatever, then it should be good. I personally like it. Sorry, what key was this? Oh, workshop. Oh, fuck. Wait, The anti-product powder taste was quite strong. But, like, did it taste powdery? Or was just the flavor of the product, like, let's say you had vanilla or whatever? Yeah, I guess if you have other... Like, usually what I think, or what I... do whenever... If I add protein powder to anything, to like yogurt or to porridge or whatever, then I don't really use many other... Fuck! I just went to the wrong thing. I don't add too many other things that give flavor, basically. Because usually protein powder has some sweetener in it and a lot of flavor, right? So that's usually enough. So I don't add like other flavors and stuff in it. As much, at least. But yeah, generally it should work if you figure out the correct ratios of everything. Let me start walking a little bit. I haven't walked over the weekend. Over the weekend I basically did nothing because I was still so fucked up from the cycling that honestly I was just well, I did go to the gym on Sunday, but outside of that I was just doing nothing, not walking, not doing anything. Probably did like 100 steps or something. Okay, maybe more than 100, but yeah. So we need to make up some steps. Yeah, the last race that I did was Nighthold in Legion. We got second. With Serenity. F Serenity. So. Oh. Did I equip this just now? No. We had a 5 mile hike on Saturday and yesterday my back was set. Oh no, Airfire. Oh no. You're back. Interesting. I assume it's just like a sore back then, right? It's like sore muscles or something. Or just any movement. Like honestly, the worst thing about like if you don't do a certain activity ever and then you do it for the first time, you always have some sort of pain afterwards because your body does not move to whatever movement it is that you're doing. And it seems like, what the fuck? Like, seriously? Like I do this thing that is healthy and then the next day I'm just gonna be in pain or what? Like jeez.
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate the city itself. And that means passing through the road.
Oh, we have mist, the Spanish mist in here.
We've got tonight, folks. Sparks are gonna fly. Wait, what's this? Person unwittingly stumbled into the arena. A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood.
Shit, guys, we have a elemental shaman in here. Oh, we got him, we got him. Let's go. Yes.
Our visitors are still alive. Time to introduce them to the
I'm not sure.
legends
I think
of
that only died?
Talks Arena.
I'm not sure, actually. I think they died? This is not just no proc luck, yeah? They did tank damage.
No mercy.
There was something else that was wrong for sure. That was not just... That was not just unlucky.
You must hold your ground until we can clear a path to it.
No sweat, pal. I'm putting 20 large on no mercy.
Kind of toxic? No, I'm just saying that something must have went wrong. Not toxic. Maybe they died, maybe... You know, just something went wrong. I'm not saying they played bad, I'm just saying something went wrong. You're being toxic, implying that I think that they played bad when I didn't say that at all. Haha! Uno reverse! There's that. You're the toxic one by implying I'm toxic. Oh, we get the boy. The mecha buffer. Oh my god. The bosses are so far away. Oh. Do you actually get hit by the jump if you're not targeted by the thrust? No. Or do you? Not actually sure. Is the music a bit quiet for you too, or just for me? Just a song? Okay. Let's skip the song then. Suicide anyway. I still have to put it up for me a little bit. I can turn it down for you again. Oh. If it's too loud for you now, I can turn it down for you separately. If you want, just let me know. I have a walking pad from To Do. I just ordered it from Amazon. Like, it's just like a random, somewhat cheap walking pad. I like it though. Initially thought it's faulty and it's like kind of a crap like walking pad because it ended up like sounding like it's burning up and stuff. But then it turned out that it was just because I had plugged it into an extension cord with a bunch of other things, and that caused it to have issues. But now that I plugged it in separately into like directly into the wall, basically, it's not having those issues anymore. I do need to oil it though again. The last time I oiled it was during my 100-kilometer walk.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Yes, my healer died. Oh, Oopsie is asking how long I'm gaming today. I guess I'm gonna stick around for quite a bit today because I was so late with my stream. I do wanna play a few hours at least. Your line of sight here, interesting. Hey Pixel, Satra, thank you so much for Prime. Appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day so far, even though it's Monday. But I hope you also had a nice and relaxing weekend. Yeah, it's a while ago that I oiled this walking pad. It might need some oiling soon. Owie. Oh, fuck it, I'm just gonna use cooldowns. Guys, the weirdest thing happened over the weekend, by the way. Let me explain this to you while I'm fighting this boss. I guess nothing to really like talk about in this fight. So on Sunday, so yesterday, we had local what's the word? Like when you go vote, elections. We had elections for like the local what's the word? Bürgermeister. Like basically the like very like from our town. The mayor, yeah. Yeah, we voted the mayor and like the party that is like leading the town basically, right? So very local stuff. So a few days ago, they were doing a kind of meeting where they were explaining their viewpoints and they were kind of introducing the members of their party and whatnot, right? And this is like the opposition that is currently not leading. So there's only 2 parties that you can vote for and 2 mayors that you can vote for. And the mayor that is currently not in charge, she was doing this kind of presentation a few days ago. And while she was doing the presentation, like one of my friends was in the audience. And he was, you know, listening to the presentation. And while this presentation was happening, there was fireworks going off at some point outside. And it was somewhat loud, but it wasn't like super, super loud. And my friend, after he went home, he was being called, or maybe the next day, doesn't matter. The next day, somebody called him from this party, from the people that were doing the presentation, and he was accused of being the one that lit up these fireworks remotely from his phone. And as proof, they said that he was looking at his phone during the presentation. So he was looking at his phone during the presentation, and somehow people thought that he looked suspicious and that he was like remotely kind of starting these fireworks to disrupt like this presentation. Okay, wait, let me do this. Skip there. Wait, I forgot how to do this. I got it. I'll record this skip for you afterwards, and then I'll upload it as a short, so you guys can do the skip too, by the way. But let me continue talking about it because it was so funny. So anyway, like my friend had nothing to do with this, obviously, and my friend was like randomly attending this. He's not a politician, he has nothing to do with any of this, like, right? And it was just fireworks. It wasn't like anything super crazier, right? So my friend, obviously, is like confused, and he's like, I mean, he didn't know how to defend himself because like he gets accused of something completely crazy. What are you supposed to say? So he was like, well, no, I didn't do that. Like, right? And then people had spread this rumor across town, and now everyone was talking about this. Like, everyone was kind of, like, in town spreading this rumor that he remotely, like, turned on these fireworks. And obviously, like, he felt like his reputation just kind of being, like, not destroyed, but, you know, like, obviously that's kind of shitty for this party to just kind of accuse him of that. And now the whole town is kind of thinking it's true, right? Like, that's obviously really messed up. So he called the mayor candidate of this party and talked to her, and he said, so I was accused of this thing and I didn't do it, and I think it's like kind of fucked up that you guys are saying that it was me. And then she, the mayor, told him, like, she was kind of just not understanding. She basically said she made up her mind, and there's that. Like, that's crazy to me. So apparently maybe what had happened, in my opinion. So in my opinion, what happened was that this with the fireworks happened, right? And I think after the presentation was over, somebody like for fun said that, oh, I'm sure somebody like did this remotely or whatever, you know? And maybe they blamed him for it, like as like a joke, you know? And I think somebody maybe didn't understand it was a joke and spread it around, you know? And then the party leader, like the mayor, kind of just believed it and accused him of it. And I guess that's one thing, right? To kind of believe what somebody tells you is one thing. But the fact that you're not even like apologizing or even like changing your opinion after the accused person is like calling you and telling you otherwise, like that's messed up, right? Especially, so my friends then went ahead and did some investigation to see where these fireworks came from and what happened. And it turned out there was a wedding close by, and the people that were doing the wedding, they just lit up some fireworks. So that's the whole thing. It was no, I don't know, attack or planned thing on this presentation. It was literally just a wedding. And because he figured that out, or because my friend knew, he contacted the people that had the wedding, and he asked them if they could like send proof to like the party, to the mayor, to tell them that it was them that lit the fireworks, right? To kind of make sure that people stop accusing him of it. And he did that, like he sent her the kind of proof and everything. And she still did not apologize, and still is kind of like accusing him and just kind of like made up her mind, you know? And it's funny because I think a lot of people ended up not voting for her because of this incident. And I totally understand why, because imagine she would become mayor and she would just apply this kind of logic to all the other things too, right? Like, this is really messed up for a politician to just be like, oh, well, I made up my mind. Right? Like, that is so fucked up. Like, to me, that screams like, that's a horrible politician. If you just, you know, make up your mind in like the first moment and you don't change it when there's new evidence and new things coming to light. Not only that, not only did she not change her mind once she had proof that it was not him, she also like immediately kind of accused him without much evidence at all, right? The only evidence was that he looked into his phone and some other people said it, you know? So I think that's like two really, really bad things to come out of this whole situation. So yeah, I hope that she doesn't win, because like, I don't care whatever else she said she will do, but yeah. That shit that went down there was like, that was just messed up. And yeah, I think he was considering like suing them as well for this whole thing, for like defamation. I do think he would actually have a good case for it too. I'm not sure if he's gonna like end up doing it properly, or or what, but I do think he would would actually have a good case, because like he didn't do anything wrong. Like, it's really messed up. And he's also like a self-employed person that actually does have a reputation to lose. Like, he has customers and stuff that... Right? And if people think that he would do such a thing, maybe he's gonna lose some business over it. Like, this is actually something that actually could cost him business, which could be bad for him. This is not just like some random thing, right? He literally gets accused of some, like, small little, like, terror attack almost, you know? Like, obviously it was just fireworks, right? But still, like... The whole situation is just so dumb too, like... Like, I don't know how important this mayor thinks this presentation was in like a local fucking town, that somebody would remotely like explode some fireworks. Like, what the hell? And also the funniest thing to me is why, like imagine a person really wants to disrupt this whole presentation with fireworks or with noise. Why the fuck would you do it the hard way and attend the presentation and somehow like light them up remotely, which is obviously like infinitely more complicated than to just not attend the presentation and just light them physically. Like, this is so dumb. It's not like there's like lots of security around the whole place, right? So somebody that would have wanted to do that, they could have literally just, you know, went outside and start the firework and not attend. Why would you somehow make it so complicated? Like, that's just so stupid.
So, my misguided son returns. I'm impressed you made it this far. You are no longer my father. Just a malfunctioning machine that must be shut down.
Yeah, I actually think there's like, this is not just like a defamation thing. I think it actually also, yeah, because it was so close to the elections. I think there's some like other rules that she actually like broke. Now, obviously, my friend that was accused of this is not is not somebody that is a politician himself, so I'm not sure if that really like does anything or changes anything.
You had lasted a little longer.
Fuck, the generator disappeared right as it exploded. I need a weaker that shows the generator, that'd be so nice. 10 strike, thank you so much for the 27 months, appreciate that so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Mayor villain arc origin story. Yeah, right, Hannah? Yeah. But this whole story is just so stupid. It's like... Key rip 7 minutes 35? Think so? Yeah, I guess the last boss does take quite a while. How long does the last boss take? I mean, maybe he played really risky and pulled them on top of the boss or something? How long does the last boss take? More than 6 minutes? Keys in time? Yeah, I'm thinking too, right? The tank just said key rip in chat. I don't know why. Kill this guy before he kills me.
Perfection. You cannot elude my targeting systems.
Alright, let's see if we can do this. I believe we can.
You cannot elude my targeting systems. Activating thruster. You cannot elude my targeting system. You cannot elude my targeting systems. Activating thrusters.
I should have held on to Synchron, I think.
My targeting systems.
Actually, it's fine.
You cannot elude my targeting systems. Activating thrusters. You cannot elude my targeting systems. You cannot elude my targeting systems. You think you
Hey Pavel, I would love to start calling some stars. I'm trying to figure out DPS rotation. Do I have to keep a Star-Lord buff always up? Yes, Star-Lord, you want to keep on 3 stacks as much as possible, yes.
happily oblige. All power to weapons. Magnetic grapple engaged. Cannon fully charged.
That was an interesting one. Where's this one coming from? Oh.
Magnetic grapple engaged.
Okay, one more in card.
All power to weapons.
Technically one more trinket too, but the boss is not actually going to survive for that long. One more trinket within the dungeon timer, that is. Well, we are much quicker.
Cannon fully charged.
Our agreement
15! Incredible!
for now.
Wow, I can't believe we were dooming! Wow.
The has been destroyed. And so has my father. You have my gratitude.
Easy key for
heroes.
us.
Know that King Mechagon's vision of the world is not one my people share. We must now focus on rebuilding.
You gonna keep us updated on the fireworks saga, Naguura? This is better than my internet drama. I will keep you updated on it. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll let you know who wins the election and if the lawsuit happened and whatnot. I'll keep you updated, guys. I got you covered.
Don't forget to mention my technical prowess
Oh wait,
in dismantling those mechanical monstrosities.
I can record that skip now, I guess. Oh wait, do we have good footage for the skip already? Kuros? Maybe we do. Actually, I still want to record it. Let's go back. Hope your friend is okay though, truly. Yeah. I mean, I think he's gonna be okay, but yeah, I really hope that he's not gonna like lose any business over it or anything. I mean, I doubt it. But I just hope that it clears up, you know, that people actually know the truth eventually, and not like continue to spread the rumor, right? Thanks for 3 months, Launcher. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. But let me read up some of what you guys said. And Andukan, thank you so much for 3 months. I appreciate that too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, Garrett, as well. What are you guys smoking there, right? That's what I was thinking. Now that's a conspiracy theory? Yeah, it was so crazy. I decided that you did it. Yeah, that's kind of the energy that I get from her. It's like, in my head you did it, so that's just how it is. Naguura lives in an HBO series. Was the process in the news? No, like I don't think even the local news are too big to report about this. I don't know where I can actually see the election results. I'm not sure if they already... I mean, I assume they're not out yet because the election was yesterday. I don't know how fast they are at counting the votes, but probably somewhat fast.
Warning, excessive levels.
Dun, dun. Let me Google. Let's see, maybe they're out? I think they are out. Okay, she didn't win. It was 59% to 41 for the mayor that was already mayor. It does say that these are like preemptive results and not like the final results. But it does say that they counted 6 out of 6 sections, so 100% of the votes were counted. So, which I assume that this is just how it's going to be then. Good. All right. It's all your friend's fault. I mean, she really like shot herself in the foot by doing this, yeah. Because I think quite a few people changed their minds. I'm not sure if she would have won if she didn't do this stupid thing, but she certainly lost some votes because of it. Alright, let's do the skip here. Oh! So, okay, so if you're here, you're kind of aiming towards this ledge, I guess. So I guess you can do this pretty early already. So you jump up here. Can you do it here already? Yeah. Okay, and then you just jump here. Okay. Oh, it wants just. Oh no! I'm gonna spawn all the way. No! No! That was a bad decision. Oh no!
Acquired my attention.
Oh, that was such a bad decision. Oh god. Well, let's go back again. Hey, Damage CDC, what's up? How you doing? You can show the risky nature to skip, yeah. I'm asking myself what exactly a plus score push is. Well, M plus refers to Mythic Plus, which is just dungeons with a key. Like, it's like the highest difficulty of dungeons. Dungeons can be done in normal mode, heroic, mythic, or Mythic Plus.
Flash detected. Warning.
Mythic Plus can only be done in certain dungeons, like not in all dungeons. You can only do it in the current season dungeons. So it's 8 dungeons that are Mythic Plusable each season that is chosen by Blizzard. And these 8 dungeons you can kind of gain keystones for. And these keystones have levels. And they infinitely scale up. So right now I just did a plus 16 workshop dungeon. And there's a timer. So once you start the dungeon, a timer starts. And you have to clear the dungeon within the timer. And if you do that, then your key will turn into 1 key level higher from a random other dungeon. So in my case here, we have plus 16 workshop in time. That means that the key holder that entered the key will receive a 17 keystone for any other dungeon. And that's kind of like the TLDR of it. Depending on which keys you do, you gain score. And your score is what you consider pushing, right? So you basically just do M+ dungeons, and you gain score by doing higher key levels. If you look at my best runs here, actually I'll show you here. You can see my highest Motherlode that I've done is a 16, Floodgate 16, Workshop 16, and so on. If I would do a 17 Motherlode, then I would get additional score towards my M+ score. You only gain the score once. So if I do a 16 again, when I already have a 16, that will not give me a score. Unless I do it faster, then I actually do get a little bit of score. but it's not really noticeable. Usually the score is only really noticeable if you do a high key level rather than it being slightly faster. Okay, let me stop walking for a sec so I can explain this. Alright guys, so if you're a druid and... Wait, let me start this again. Alright guys, so if you have any kind of like disengage or leap or jump, then you can actually skip this whole kind of area, fire area here in workshop. And all you have to do is you go like maybe in this area where I am, and all you have to do is jump over here where my mouse is at right now. As a moonkin, you can, or as a druid in general, you can just disengage backwards and just go here. And once you are on this platform, you go to this like thing and you just jump, press forward, jump, press forward, and jump, press forward. And then you're up. And if you do it a few times, you're gonna be really quick at it, and it's gonna be much faster than going around. You're welcome. Enjoy. There we go. Dude, that was real smooth, huh? Oh my god. So yeah, this also works with other classes like leaps, I guess with warriors as well. Obviously, if you have a double jump, then it's even easier. Now do it 10 times without falling. This one is actually not that hard. Like, you don't have to hit any kind of like super precise spots or anything, which is nice for this one. So, now let's queue for another dungeon. Hey Avery, what's up? How you doing? Hi YouTube. I never well, I don't want to say never. I did play Feral before. I actually played Feral for my first Lich King kill, so a long time ago. And I tried a little bit of Feral in BFA. I can't really say if I find it difficult because honestly I did it for the first time. Like when you're learning a new spec, it's always difficult initially because you don't have the muscle memory for it and stuff, right? So I did find it difficult to learn and I didn't stick to it, you know? Like I only played it for such a short amount of time that I never had the muscle memory for it. So I don't really know if it would end up being difficult once I put more like time and effort into it, but initially it did seem somewhat straightforward when I played it. But yeah, the last time I played it was BFA, so I don't really have any recent memory of how Feral plays. So, let's see if we can find another key that does not have a druid in it already. I don't need a 17 rookery. A 16. I'm good as well, Avery. Thanks for asking. What's your take about the one button thing? And we can quickly talk about the whole add-on thing. So let's divide this into two different subjects. So this new announcement that happened with Ian and Max and Dratnos. So in my opinion, there's two things about it. One is the one button thing and the kind of like accessibility thing, and one is their add-on philosophy, right? I think they're two completely different subjects. Let's talk about the one button thing first. I personally think that people are completely exaggerating on it, and it's literally irrelevant to most people that are complaining about it, in my opinion. Like, if you watch the video, if you're a person that is so into like the current like if you're like a high-end player, or even if you're just like a person that cares a lot about WoW and plays a lot of WoW, this is just not going to be something that you ever use or ever even care about, in my opinion. This is just an accessibility thing for people that, for whatever reason, can't use a keyboard properly, can't use a mouse properly, but still kind of want to play. And in addition, it's for people that really just absolutely do not give a fuck about their rotation and whatnot. They just want to, like, do pet battles and farm a transmog, you know? It, of course, can also help people that want to learn, like, a spec that they have never played before. But then they would, like, use it initially and then switch off of it later on, right? Like, obviously, if you want to play the game optimally, you will never play with this. So I don't know why anyone is really upset about this. Wait. Dark Flame. Oh. Because, yeah, I don't really see the super big downside for this. There's one thought process that I can kind of understand, and it's the potential of people maybe not learning the spec because they can take the easy way out, when they maybe would have learned it and actually liked it if they wouldn't have taken the easy way out. You know what I mean? Sometimes you quote-unquote need to, like, force people to their happiness, in a sense, you know? Where people are just kind of, like, lazy. And then it's like, oh, there's a one-button thing, I'll just do that. So they'll never learn it. But if this one-button thing wouldn't exist, then maybe they actually put some time and effort into learning their spec, and then maybe they actually would enjoy it more, you know? That's an argument that I could see being true, but that's Blizzard's problem, right? Why is that our problem? If it actively makes people enjoy the game less because they don't find joy in learning their character, like, why do we care about that, you know? Like, that's their issue. And other than that, I don't really see any other argument against it. Yeah, so I personally think it's really just not a big deal at all. I guess some people think that, like, other players that play the one-button rotation would somehow make it into, like, higher end content, which then would ruin their key because they're not playing properly, but that's not how that works. Like, if you're a person that plays a one-button rotation, like, if you're enabling your one-button rotation, you're not gonna do high keys, yeah? They're not gonna end up in your groove unless you play really low keys. And if your highest key ceiling is super low keys, then you have to work on your own performance before you start blaming others anyway. Like, if your highest key level, if you actually really want to push up your score and your highest key level is like +3s or +4s, which maybe we would have one-button rotation players in, then at that point, you shouldn't care what anyone else does. At that point, you just need to improve what you're doing. So at that point, it doesn't really matter. The one-button DPS rotations have DPS loss, yes. You would always do more damage if you just press the buttons to yourself, unless you play really wrong, I guess, obviously. This song is popular in hiking reels? Really, Club? Oh, I need to add them to my hiking reels then. The accommodation angle is my favorite case for it. Let people play who would otherwise struggle. They deserve to enjoy WoW too. Also, kiddos. True, the next turn have lower barrier to entry. Yeah, generally having a lower barrier to entry and making it a little bit easier for people to learn the game is good. As long as they eventually, you know, move away from it if they want to improve, right? Because, as I said earlier, it might take away the enjoyment of learning a class properly if they always just take the easy way out because it's available. But yeah, this basically I think is always going to be worse than having a human brain apply information to your rotation that is coming up in the future. Because AI cannot read the future, you know? And that's the main thing, I guess, that people don't understand. The AI doesn't understand that in your route, the next pull is a really big pull, and saving your cooldowns for it will obviously be better for your damage. For example, you know? In general, this AI is not going to work really well on AoE. It might work pretty well on single targets, but obviously you have a higher GCD, which means that you're always going to do less damage with a higher GCD. But also, in addition, if there's any kind of AoE involved or any kind of variables when it comes to stuff, then it's always going to be worse, right? Because the computer doesn't know that in 10 seconds there's like 50 ads that spawn, and you want to get like save resources for it and whatnot, right?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
But yeah, so that's the one subject, and then about the add-on philosophy, I want to talk about that after this dungeon because it's a pretty big topic, and I do think it's a very interesting topic. So let's talk about it after this key. Nice. That's my bad on the beam. I shouldn't have beamed that early. I need a better way of tracking sigil. Can you actually line this AoE? Am I supposed to line it? Oh my god, you can! Wait, was that overpower even the one that does AoE? It does, right? Yeah. It's okay, we're fine though. Just kill it. I've been influenced by you and David. You too, Avery? I started looking into bikepacking. Really? Geared routes I could go for. Thank you, I guess. Wait, that is so fucking cool. You're the second person to say that already today. That is so fucking cool. That's amazing. I really hope you like bikepacking as well. I mean, I'm really new to it myself, right? Like, this is like the first time I did that. But I did have a really cool time, and I think it's such a cool thing to do. So, I hope you enjoyed as well. I'm gonna let David know that we influenced a few people to start bikepacking. That's very, very cool. Now I just have to do advanced bikepacking streams where I bring, like, I somehow have a setup. Oh shit. Oh, this is bad. Pulled over here too. Oh, this that was like an unfortunate, mushroom slow. My mushrooms procced and slowed the moles. So they were so slow that they ended up body pulling or like social aggroing that pack. Fuck. Yeah, so the next generation of my bikepacking streams are gonna be streams where I can, like, I cycle to a place and then I stay there for a day and do one, like, gaming stream. I just somehow need to bring, like, a setup with me, you know? Could you imagine how fucking cool that would be? So it's like one cycling stream, one gaming stream, one cycling stream, one gaming stream. And it's always in, like, different locations. Just imagine I was, like, gaming in some, like, hotel with, like, the nicest view. I don't quite think it's possible to bring a gaming PC or laptop with you when you're bikepacking, but one can dream. Oh. Sorry, I'm just gonna be here, I guess. Hitting 13 times is rough, yeah. Any key level can be rough, honestly. In a puck, in particular. You would just need a laptop and a hotspot. Yeah. I mean, the laptop needs to be capable of streaming. I need to have a camera and a somewhat good mic and stuff, right? It's not that simple, because it's not just playing, it's also streaming. And if I have like a really horrible setup where the microphone just sounds horrible and the camera is really bad, then there's no point. Because then the quality of the streams would just be so low that no one would want to watch it, you know? I guess it's the problem. So you would need a decent setup. Which, to be fair, you could just use the things that you use for the IRL stream, right? So I guess, in theory, it is possible. Because I do have a microphone that I bring for my IRL stream, right? Like a wireless like mic, which doesn't have bad quality. It's not as good as this microphone, of course. For like a PC stream, but it's pretty good. And then I guess I'm bringing cameras too, because I'm doing the relay stream, so I guess there are cameras there as well. Maybe this is possible, guys. Oh. There's a chance, there's a chance. Watch me do a World of Warcraft stream from Lago Maggiore next.
I know this place. My experience been here forever. Didn't trust nobody. So mean.
What?
Quick, faster, faster. I'll catch up.
Oh shit. I've made a mistake. Okay, so far so good. All right. You can haul your PC rig in a children's bike trailer. Good point. What would you recommend visiting when being in Meran? Asking for a friend. So I haven't been to like the Meran area that much. I was there a few times recently, but I'm not really from there. You know, is what I'm trying to say. And when I went there, I was only like in Meran because I was only there for like a short amount of time, so I didn't like try to explore like close by areas. But honestly, I don't think you can go really wrong. Generally, like if you're around this area, it's super pretty everywhere, really. So I don't know. I think you're gonna have a good time if you just follow like normal recommendations. You know, you can literally ask ChatGPT. Honestly, if you go to ChatGPT and be like, "Hey, I'm in Meran in this like springtime, summertime, whatever," and then just tell them what you want to do. If you want to go hiking or cycling or whatever it is you want to do. And then it will give you some recommendations of like hiking paths and whatnot. I do that all the time too. Like, I'm not joking. Even when I go to places that are in South Tyrol, I still ask ChatGPT to just tell me some like hiking paths and stuff. Because I mean, I'm still looking them up afterwards to see and then choose, right? But I think it works pretty well. Oh. So I guess what you were wondering is if there's like anything like very specific that is super nice, and I don't have one specific thing that I would do around this area, I don't think. Oh wait. One thing that is really cute that I did is Meran has these. Meran has a lot of palm trees, which is kind of funny because we live in the Alps, right? So the fact that we have palm trees around here is kind of funny. But they were imported a long time ago, and the weather is warm enough for them to grow. So there's quite a few palm trees, and they also like we have these kind of like in Meran there are these kind of machines that. You know where you get these, like you put in a coin, and then you turn, and like a ball rolls out. Usually, in the past, like you know these machines because they had like toys in it and whatnot, right? But in Meran they have palm tree seeds that you can get out of these machines. And I got some of them out and planted them at home, and now 2 of them sprouted. So now I have like a palm tree that I kind of like grew myself from these trees. It takes forever because these palm trees, like they take forever to grow. So this is not, this is only like a cute little thing that you can do. I personally did it, but I think it cost like €1 or 2, I don't know. Oh. Costa del Caro, yeah. Was gibt's denn Maran? Ja. Nicht viel. Nein, Maran gibt's die Automaten haben sie überall, weißt, wo man rennt und dann kommt eine Kugel raus. Weißt du, was man kennt, wo früher sehr irgendwelche Spielzeugsachen sind rausgekommen. Oder Kaugummis. Oder wenn du auf ein Klo bist, dann kommen Kondome raus. Aber in Maran haben sie halt die überall stehen und dann kriegt man Baumsamen, was du noch daheim sitzen kannst, weißt du? Und die haben sie überall auch wieder runterstehen. This jump, I guess I could also figure out how it works and do a TikTok about it. Because I always just wild charge up. And yeah, I definitely would say it's pretty expensive here where I live, but like, I don't know, it's kind of expensive everywhere nowadays. And I think if you try to avoid like the super fancy places here, then you can have a somewhat cheap holiday, I think. And if you also avoid like the main season too. Where's the mage? I'm gonna rest him in a sec. What the hell is the mage? How did he... What? I can't actually rest him. What? So TLDR, what I'm trying to say is that if you're smart with where you're going for lunch and like for restaurants and hotels, then you don't have to spend like an insane amount of money. The thing is, I feel like you're tempted a lot to go to these places here because we have lots of like fancy restaurants, lots of fancy hotels. So it's really tempting to spend more money on like a wellness hotel to get like this sauna and this spa and this thing, right? Like if you want to spend a lot of money here, you can definitely spend a lot of money here. Resting? I'm just gonna go here. This one is far.
Wax and ruin.
You want to just go forward so I can hit? What? Okay, whatever. This is gonna be a bit tough.
I make you candle.
Maybe just kill a boss somehow. I don't know. I'm gonna die. Ah, shit.
Wish you had lasted a little longer.
Wax and ruin.
Well, that was a bit unfortunate, I guess, with the mage just being unrestable there.
This why I king. And you dead.
I tried. It was just out of range. Yeah, apparently the mage. Oh, so the mage was knocked by like the fixate, the thingy, and it looked like he was standing behind a candle. So a little bit strange, I guess. Not sure what happened exactly. Was this a resilient thing? Are we going again or no? Hey Phil, how do you like the walking pad? I like it a lot. I'm thinking about getting one since I work from home, but I'm curious as to how it affects WoW gameplay. I personally don't think it affects you very much at all, unless you like go really fast, you know. And you have to get used to it a little bit. Like start walking slower, and then once you get used to it, you can walk a little bit faster. But just make sure that you don't like go insane or anything. Hey Eve, yeah, this song is a vibe. How do you call Milan when you talk in German? I think you just say Milan, right? I might be wrong though. Milan? I think that's what you say, no? Hey Ori, thank you so much for 92 months. What's up? Oh, in German. Oh, you asked what is in German. Yeah, in German it's Mailand. Which is kind of funny because it kind of translates to Mayland. Or like May country, almost. It's kind of strange. How's it going? Oh, good, Ori. How are you? A little bit stressed, but you know, it is what it is. It's usually this time where MDI or like TGP is happening, then I have to cast on the weekend. And I'm streaming during the week, and it feels like the amount of time I have where I'm just like, where I can just chill or like do other things that I have to do is kind of, you know, non-existent almost. And then all of the things that I add on my to-do list, they just like keep ramping up, and then there's like a million things I have to do. It's like, oh. But you know, life is very good otherwise. Can't complain, can't complain. So let me find another key to play. We could try DFC again. How do you like DFC generally? Actually, wait, before we talk about DFC, I still said that we are going to talk about the add-on thing. I did say that we will have a discussion about the add-on philosophy that they're adding, and I already kind of said how I feel about this, but let me just talk about it again. So I personally think that this new philosophy that they have with add-ons, where they basically just want to, like their idea for the future is that they want to kind of remove add-ons that help you mechanically. Right? That's their idea. Like basically they want to kind of remove boss mods and kind of remove weak auras that would help you solve a mechanic. Which means they would reduce weak auras quite a lot. And boss mods as well. And to do this, they basically want to change the way they design boss fights and change the way they make the game and change the way the UI works to kind of make it possible to play without those add-ons, right? And also make it better for you to experience a boss fight without add-ons. So they don't want to take the current version of the game and take away add-ons, because that would be horrible, right? Because currently the game is kind of created around add-ons existing. But they want to move towards a state of the game where these add-ons are not really something that you feel like you're missing out on anymore. Because right now, if they would take away the add-ons, we would totally feel like we're missing out on these add-ons, and it would feel much worse. But yeah, in the future, they want to... And the way they want to approach this is they kind of want to make sure that they're improving the UI by, you know, giving you more different ways on how to like customize things and different ways on how to maybe like change your nameplates, change your UI, change how you track cooldowns and whatnot. And then they also want to change the way they design boss fights to basically have mechanics be displayed in like a simpler way for you to see without feeling like you need an add-on to see it, you know? Because there's many mechanics that we have nowadays without a weak aura telling you that you have it, it would kind of be hard to see. Because Wizard designs a lot of mechanics in, I don't want to call it a lazy way, but it's almost like a lazy way, right? Like sometimes they design a mechanic in a quote-unquote lazy way because they know players are going to use a weak aura for this anyway. So why spend time and effort to figure out like this like visual clarity around this ability or this mechanic, or why try to make it super clear for a player that they have this thing on them when they are just going to use a weak aura that pops up in the middle of the screen to tell them, right? I guess that's like the way they think about mechanics right now. But in the future, they want to change that approach. Like in the future, they want to have the boss designers be like, okay, so I want to create a mechanic that puts a debuff on a player, and if they have this debuff, they need to do this, right? So then they're thinking, okay, how can I make this mechanic or this debuff look clear enough to the player so they don't feel like that they need a weak aura to tell them that they have it on them, right? So instead of it just being random debuff, it could be like, okay, this debuff makes your character bigger, or gives you a more visual circle, or does this or does that. They already do stuff like this right now, right? Like this is not like a completely new concept. But just having this more in their minds when they create boss fights would be kind of like their approach. Another thing they said, I guess, is not be super focused on like very particular things. Like for example, let's say we have a debuff that stacks up. It starts with 1 stack and it goes to 10. And let's say the mechanic of the boss says, okay, if you have between 3 and 5 stacks of this set debuff, then you have to do X. And they don't want to have these mechanics anymore unless there's some other visual clarity that tells you that you have this. Because clearly, the way it works right now, if there's a debuff that you have to do something with only on a particular like range of stacks, then you 100% will have a weak aura for this, right? There will be a weak aura that tells you that like has an air horn as soon as you have 3 stacks, right? And they kind of want to like avoid creating mechanics like this. Again, to kind of change the way the player feels about this mechanic. Like the player should never feel like that they're missing out because they don't have a weak aura for this thing. I guess like the game or the boss fight should feel smooth and intuitive without add-ons. I guess, is their approach, which, in my opinion, is a really good approach. Like, I personally like the philosophy a lot. The only problem I see with this is that the idea is good and the philosophy is good. I 100% agree with what their goals are. The problem I see is, how is the implementation of this gonna be? Are they actually gonna be able to implement this without any like major problems and major drawbacks? And I think the answer to this question is no. Call me a doomer, but I think to get to this point, we're gonna go through a lot of like ups and downs and a lot of like private Vigora shenanigans and a lot of this like annoying stuff that is gonna be like, ugh, you know? Call me a doomer, but I think that's it's not gonna go perfectly. So once we reach the goal, I'm happy. But yeah, on the way, I think there might be some some problems. It's such a waste of energy compared to the myriad of other things they could do to improve the game. I actually heavily disagree with you. I actually think that this might make raiding a lot better again. So I'm not sure if more people, like, I think, it's hard to tell, right? Like, I don't want to generalize. But I personally currently really just don't enjoy raiding anymore. I don't enjoy raiding in general anymore, but I also don't enjoy mythic raiding anymore because of how raiding works in general at the moment. First of all, there's too many people. 20 man is just too much when you have to like these schedules and stuff. Like, I don't like that either. But I also think that the game is just so focused on weakers and like UI and stuff at the moment. It just makes raiding less enjoyable to me. Like, you basically pull a boss, you need a million weakers, then there's this private aura, and then you do this, and then like blah blah blah, and then you press this macro, and it's like, ugh. And it's so focused on coordinating your groups and your cooldowns or whatever, which is fine. But it's just becoming this thing that I'm just not enjoying anymore. And I personally think that if we would reach this goal where weakers aren't part of raiding anymore, and the boss fight itself is intuitive without weakers, I do think that would make raiding a lot more enjoyable personally. So I'm not sure if there's more people that think this way, or that that would also enjoy it more if this was not the case, but I think so. Like, just imagine you pull a boss for the first time, and the mechanics that happen to you are kind of like making sense. Because we don't have that currently anymore in WoW, right? The game has evolved so much around add-ons that if you pull a boss without add-ons, nothing makes sense to you, right? You pull a boss, something happens over there, something happens over there, like, explosions everywhere, like stuff is going on. It's like you're like, what the fuck? There's obviously some things that are obvious to you, right? There's paddles on the ground and there's a laser pointing at you. Like, there's some obvious things, right? But there's many things that are really not obvious and that also don't make sense to you, even if you pull the boss a couple of times. And I think if that would change, if you could actually figure out how a boss fight works by just pulling the boss a few times and just like progressing through it, I think that would make it so much better. Because right now, the way raiding works is, okay, you have to watch a guide first, you have to install these weakers first, you have to fix your UI, you have to get this boss mod, you have to do this assignment in your MRT node, and it's just like, Boomer alert. Yeah, I don't see what this has to do with Boomer though, because, like, isn't it nice if you can enjoy the game by playing the game? I don't think this is a Boomer take. Like, think of other games that you're playing. And don't get me wrong, I am a boomer when it comes to World of Warcraft. I've been playing this game forever, yeah? But I do think this is also, like, a new player take. Like, imagine you just start playing World of Warcraft for the first time. And you have to... this is how rating works. There's no shot you can tell me that a new player wouldn't enjoy the game a lot more if add-ons would not be part of rating. There's no shot people start playing the game and it's like, oh my god, nice, I can install 1,000,000 Uyghurs to play this boss. Oh, that's so cool. No, like obviously they'll hate that shit, right? Like obviously a new player would enjoy a boss fight a lot more, or rating in general a lot more, if the boss fight makes sense without add-ons. Right? Like this is not... I don't think this is a weird or like unpopular take, right? I think that's pretty obvious. Yeah, like the best example would be like if you look at other games where you're rating, like if you think of FF14, I guess, or Lost Ark, or if you look at literally, I mean, any kind of games that has like complicated boss fights, like even stuff like, I don't know, like Elden Ring or whatever. Like, isn't it a lot more fun if you pull the boss and you can actually like learn as you go and like figure things out without it being like, well, first install these like 10 Uyghurs, then install this add-on, and then assign this over there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I personally think that's just a lot more enjoyable, generally. It is, okay, don't get me wrong, like I do think that it's difficult to make boss fights engaging enough because the game is so old. I do agree with that. The fact that the game is so old and people are so good at the game makes it a lot harder to make mechanics intuitive while also not making them too easy. I do think that is, of course, an issue. Because maybe back in vanilla, you could create a mechanic that was as easy as move out of it, and people would struggle. And nowadays, if you create a mechanic that says move out of this, then no one is going to give a shit. Like, everyone is going to immediately be able to move out of this without a problem, right? So I do understand that comparing it to some other games might be, I guess not that, but you can still compare it to a game like FF14, right? Somewhat. The difference, of course, with FF14 is that they have a lot less players in the raid, which, of course, changes the amount of abilities or mechanics you can create by quite a lot. Like, the amount of complexity that they're adding to FF14 mechanics, that cannot be added to... Mechanical complexity cannot be added to WoW. Like, there's absolutely no shot you can expect 20 players to execute a very complex positional mechanic that has like a pass-fail thing. Like, you can't really do that. So there's, of course, a difference between those games, but FF14 is also like a game that is old, and people have gotten really good at it. But they still manage to create boss fights that are intuitive enough without you needing any sort of Uyghur or add-on or anything to solve a mechanic for you, right? I guess that's what I mean. Oh, look, it's the mic. Do you think he'll invite me to a push group after explaining simple mechanics to me just a few days ago? I've been playing WoW on and off since 2004. I still die to swirlies on the ground because my brain is too small to press the buttons while moving. Yeah. One issue is that the benefit of Uyghurs are different between raids and Mythic Plus. In what sense? I do think that M+ is not super reliant on weak RS. Like, I do think that the way they design M+ is definitely a lot less designed around weak RS than raiding is. So I think removing weak RS from M+ will be a lot easier for them. Because the amount of weak RS that really help you like a shit ton in M+ is... I mean, obviously weak RS help you, but they're not as needed and as... They don't feel as big of a requirement as they do when you're raiding, I think. Hey Harold, and what's up? No, like, I personally think one of the biggest issues with add-ons is a really smart developer that I spoke to, not a WoW developer, a different game developer, said this to me, and I think it made a lot of sense. So this developer said, when we were talking about add-ons, being allowed or not being allowed, he said that he thinks the biggest issue with add-ons being allowed is the fact that it... Wait, what are we doing? Oh. It's the fact that it makes good players even better. But people that would actually need the add-ons, the people that would get the most out of add-ons, they don't use them to its fullest potential. So the people that would be helped the most, they either don't use them at all because it's too much effort to set them up properly, or they don't have them set up properly because of the time investment and the lack of knowledge on how to set up add-ons, right? And the best players of the game, they will be even better because they will have their weak RS and everything set up perfectly, and they will use everything tailored to them, right? And I think that's a very good take to have. I think this is very true. Wait, where's Priory? Oh, in Hellfell. Oh god. That's way too far. I have 0 add-ons, and I'm 3.5. No need at all. Okay, there are certainly people that don't use any add-ons, and they're doing well. But to say that you don't need add-ons is like saying, oh, you don't need item level 670. You can also do this with 650. And the answer is, yeah, you can. Will it be much harder? Yes. But to say that add-ons do not help you, that is just factually wrong. Like, it's just wrong. Weak RS make the game easier, 100%. It's not the discussion. Like, it's not even, like, this is not an opinion. It is just factually true that the weak RS, if you have perfectly set up weak RS, it will make the game easier for you than if you don't have weak RS, period. Like, this is not a, I think, it's literally like, the amount of things weak RS can do will definitely make the game easier for you. So just because you can do it without them, doesn't mean that them existing can be an issue. I didn't say that they don't help, I said you don't need. Yeah, but the fact that they help is the problem we're talking about. Like, if something holds you back because it's harder to do it that way, then some people feel like that it sucks. It's that easy, right? It's the same as I said with item level. You don't need X amount of item level to do this content. But will it feel worse for not having it? Yes. It's like, let's say you go running, but you don't have proper running shoes. Can you still run? Yeah. Will it feel like shit? Yeah. I don't know. Okay, let me focus on this key now, though. Let me look at the route. Ooh, we're doing the cool skip. I like it. Noise. Okay, very cool.
The expedition built.
See, again, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that it is possible to play without add-ons, but like I'm not sure how that makes sense in this discussion that we're having right now. Like it might not bother you personally, but it will bother other people. The fact that they have a downside for not playing with add-ons. You might enjoy playing without add-ons, and you might feel like it's like a bigger accomplishment to do so, right? But other people might not feel this way. Is what I'm trying to say.
Draw them away and defeat.
So just because it's possible to play without add-ons doesn't mean that it's like not a concern or not something that we should change or talk about, right? Thanks for 3 months, Boris. Thank you very much. Welcome back. How are you? What expansion do you start playing WoW on? In vanilla. I'm playing since vanilla. I'll grip into beam. Okay.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Beledar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The gods sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something.
Let's see if we can do this.
Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics.
Sorry, I had to beam.
Draw them away.
I was scared to die. Fuck me.
Only the strongest survive.
Sorry, I'm gonna release.
AoE.
Oh, I broke myself. That's bad. I lost a lot of them.
AoE.
I honestly don't even know what I died to. There were just so many things happening. I definitely got shot by the pot shot. That's one of the things that happened. But I think there's also a million other things that happened at the same time.
AoE.
Oh, fuck. Shit.
Only the strongest
Oh, fuck.
survive.
Yeah, let me see what I died to, actually. It was just Thunderclap?
AoE.
Oh, said what happened now. Wait, I keep forgetting what the death order is. It's this first death, right? Or is it the second death? Which one is the death that happened first, guys? The first one or the fifth one? First one? They changed the order at some point, and now I'm always confused about it. First one, okay. So I guess I'd aggro from a footman? Okay, that's what happened, I guess. Oh, I had aggro from a sharpshooter as well. Fuck. Okay, I need to make sure I wait a bit longer. If that is what happened. Yeah, maybe I guess I'd aggro then. And apparently the mobs were also evading. Maybe that's why I had aggro. Because add-ons provide quality of life in WoW, where unpleasant raids are made with really hard mechanics to make it competitive for esports. Yes, I agree with you. The game would be much more enjoyable if we did not have the need for all the add-ons. There are so many things popping, like health pass, like... Yeah, I always say this. Like, whenever people ask me, so are you for add-ons or against add-ons? So, I always say, if there would be an alternative universe where add-ons were never allowed in World of Warcraft. Like, if we would go all the way back when WoW came out, and they would have, from the get-go, just not allowed add-ons. If that alternate universe would exist, then I think I would rather live in that universe. But I do not want to live in a universe where they just remove add-ons right now. Because the game has been evolving around them, and I'm used to them, and I don't want them to remove them right now. At least not like in a drastic sense. If they can somehow move towards a future where add-ons are not there anymore, but like they kind of do it slowly and it doesn't feel so bad, then I like it. Because that would be kind of like a compromise where we still have add-ons that change the way, the add-ons that we like. Like the quality of life add-ons, they are still around. I'm gonna turn down Spotify, by the way, since you said it's too loud. Let me know if it's better. But yeah, I think that if they remove add-ons slowly and they keep like some add-ons around, then I think that would also be good if it works out the way they want it to work out. Alright, are we doing the same thing again? Same skip? Okay, nice. Yeah, this time we can do it a skip. I believe. Let's start walking again a little bit more. So...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shit, I don't have water.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Beledar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something.
Okay, I'll wait a bit longer with aggro here. Or with pressing buttons, I guess.
Bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Beam out.
AoE.
Oh!
AoE.
Oh my god.
Wasn't necessary.
That was a lot of casting me. Oh my. Why are they still overlapping? These two weaker ass. What the actual fuck? Okay, we go again. Yeah, I guess the problem was that the DK died like immediately. DK, wake up. He died. Guys, the DK died. Like 10 seconds into the pool. How did you enjoy MDI? Do you like the new format? I don't know, like it's hard to tell. I think I like the new format. It unfortunately creates a bigger gap between the best teams and the lowest seeded teams on the final though. So basically what is going on is that like during the group days, so like Friday and Saturday feels closer because the better teams, they play off meta comps while the lower seeded teams play the best comp. And because of that, the skill difference seems to be a bit closer than it maybe actually is in reality, which means that those days are a bit closer. Like 07, for example, they almost didn't make it to Sunday because of that spec rule, and they kind of like really tried to preserve the best specs for Sunday. But then the problem is that the lower seeded teams, they have to play the good comp to make it to Sunday, and once they are participating on the final, they not only are they already at a disadvantage because they are like the lower seeded team, like they probably are a little bit, you know, worse as a team than the best teams, but in addition, they also have the downside of, you know, playing a comp that isn't meta. Oh, we pulled the knight. This might be... So then the final day is gonna be... Let's go again, I guess.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
The final day is gonna be a little bit more one-sided towards the highest seeded teams, right? Which does take away quite a bit of the excitement about Sunday, which I do not like that. The question though is, since this MDI was split into 3 group stages, so 24 teams that qualified, I guess the question is, wouldn't it still be one-sided anyway, even if there wouldn't be the spec difference? Just because of the fact that there's a huge like seeding difference between the teams that qualify, because there's so many teams that qualify. Because if there's 24 teams that qualify, they get split into 3 groups, versus, let's say, 16 groups that qualify split into 2 groups, that would already alleviate a lot of the gap, right? So I personally think the fact that we have 3 groups is already kind of creating these gaps by itself, without the spec rule even being part of it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I personally would like to see the spec rule in the final though, but it's not going to be part in the final. Or what do you, like, I think the spec rule would be incredibly interesting to watch when the best teams play against each other in the global final. But then I guess when we play the global final, you don't also want to like, yeah, I don't know.
AoE.
I guess the problem with the spec rule in a global final would be, I think when the teams are super close to each other in skill level, it's already interesting enough to watch it without the spec rule in place, you know? Like, I would rather have the teams spend time and effort onto like improving their routes and their highest keys rather than focusing on having to learn other specs, is basically what I'm trying to say. So maybe I wouldn't like the spec rule in the global. Because having, like, the spec rule would definitely take away a little bit from the team's capability of doing the highest possible keys, right? Because obviously they have to focus a little bit on the spec rule and play some off-meta specs here and there, and that will take away practice time from them. Which maybe it's not what we want, I don't know. I'm resting? Oh. Not bad. That was a bit close. Ooh, the double light spawn, spicy. We don't have a rest.
Only the
Oh, shit.
strongest survive.
Oh! Blood shield exploded on the shield and one-shot our DK! That's funny. Oh man. Thank you so much for the primes of Norash. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Understand why the change of format was needed. Last MDI was kind of boring considering they played +9 to 12 keys. Wait, are you talking about speedrunning now, or? Because that was just a completely different format. But I do not understand why the format can't be a combination of speedrun and pushing. That would be amazing, fun to see. But it clearly is a combination of speedrunning and pushing. Like, the speed on how we clear the dungeons does matter. First of all, it matters because the faster you get your score, the more time you have to gain more score, obviously, right? It is a time-based event. But in addition, there's also a time tiebreaker. But what would you suggest the format would be? If there's a true combination, some teams would try speedrun at plus 15, while others would push to time plus 18. Yeah, I'm not sure I like your... so I guess what you're saying is that people should be able to gain more score by either doing high keys or doing lower keys faster to be somewhat like equalized, I guess. So that maybe like doing a 15 a certain speed would be the equivalent of doing an 18. The problem with that is who determines what is worth what? Like, I think this would be too rough to figure out. Also, it would be too confusing to watch as well. Well, maybe not. Maybe it wouldn't be as confusing. But, like, who says an 18 is the equivalent of 3 testing a 15? Like, or is it a 19 that's the equivalent of 3 testing a 15? Like, who determines how much worth something is? Because the problem is it will never be perfectly balanced. And then people will always do the easier thing, right? I don't think this would really work out. Ratio? What ratio? Hey, Cadman, what's up? How you doing?
2, 1.
The chat determines. Ratio of what's worth what?
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of...
You need to elaborate. Like, we need to get numbers from something. Who determines how much score you get from something?
The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
AoE.
Oh. I guess she's not excited after all.
AoE.
Titles can determine, yeah.
AoE.
Shame, ma'am. Your training grounds fall to the intruders.
AoE.
And then I guess you also have to keep in mind that there's like the difference between a 17 and an 18 is harder than the difference between a 15 and a 16 because of the way key level scaling works. So you would have to keep that in account. You have to take that into account when you're looking at the score, right? So that would really complicate things very much with this kind of speedrunning versus high key pushing rule. So you can't just have like you cannot have a flat rule. The rule needs to adapt to the key level, right? Hey Lavania, thank you so much for the 10 months of receipt though. Welcome back. How are you doing today? But that is what the format is, right, Hammering? I'm confused. Why do you think the format that we have right now for TGP is different when it comes to like what their goal is? Like, yeah, the format is different with the spec rule, of course, and the format is different with like the groups being divided. Sorry, I kind of had to. Fuck.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is that they did not change what the goal of the TGP is. Like, yes, they call it MDI now, but it is the same as TGP, yeah? Like, the goal of the format is not different. The only thing they changed is the... Yeah, I think this pull is a bit tough. The stabilized spawn pull. I'm not sure how to execute that. This seems a bit rough. Without like a proper assignment of defensives, I guess. Like, I do think it's possible, obviously. Like, Wunderbar did this pull in the TGP, but I do think you need like perfectly assigned kind of like defensive rotation, probably. And somebody asked earlier how I can walk and play high keys. I don't know. I just do it, I guess. I don't know. It's not like... I don't know. I feel like it's not that hard. Because you just... Like, walking just happens, you know? It's not that I have to actively think about every step that I take, you know? I just put one foot in front of the other. And I'm not thinking about it. Thanks for 15 months, Maya. What's up? Thank you so much. I do think it definitely depends on the speed that you're walking at. Because if you walk really fast, then you will also have like a higher heart rate. And the higher your heart rate is, the more oxygen it takes from your brain power, right? But if you just kind of stroll along, then it doesn't really take much. You can still just compute everything properly in any kind of slower capacity, I guess. No head-to-head races?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, head-to-head races were only a thing in the speedrunning competition, not in TGP. TGP was never head-to-head, right? First of all. And second of all, so I agree that the spec rule definitely made the final a lot less exciting. But I think the reality is that even if Drive Puck and like even if Drive Puck and Firmone, like the two lower seeded teams, would have been able to play their top comp, like their best comp, I personally think they still would have lost pretty one-sidedly. And that's no BM against the teams. Like, they are really good teams, but they clearly did not prepare for these dungeons. That was the major problem. Like, they literally just did not practice for them. And the fact that they had a worse comp didn't really change that, you know? The reason why they didn't prepare is because they put so much time and effort into their group stage Because they didn't think they would make it to Sunday, basically, right? Which makes sense because, you know, they are a lower seeded team, and for them to be able to make it into the top 2 is like a tough task, right? So both Driveback and Firma they probably put a lot of time and effort into practicing the 3 dungeons that they're playing on Friday and Saturday, respectively. And they just did not put as much time and effort into the dungeons that they play on Sunday. And it's as simple as that, really. So yeah, obviously the spec rule made it seem even more one-sided. But yeah, I think it's just the nature of the group stage having so many groups. Like that, in my opinion, is the biggest problem when it comes to this issue that you're pointing out. Like I mentioned earlier, like they divided the groups into 3, which means that there's 24 groups that qualified. And the difference between the 24th seed and the number 1 seed is obviously really high in a competition like this. That's just the nature of MDI and TGP being a very niche tournament that requires a very niche type of experience. So there's only like a handful of teams that have the experience to actually get like top 3, right? They can actually compete against each other in a reasonable way. So if you have 24 teams qualifying, then there will inevitably be really one-sided group stages, in my opinion. So in my opinion, it's not the tournament, it's not the group format that is the biggest problem with that. It's the fact that they're doing 3 groups. I think that's the biggest issue. If you want the group stage to be closer, just have 2 groups instead of 3. I guess I could have taunted this guy out. Yeah. Ah, shit. No rest? The spec rule does not apply to the global finals, no. Yeah, the more teams qualify, the greater the disparity is between each individual group, right? Like it's really simple. Oh my god. Hey, kill the boss first before he heals. Yeah.
You must defeat Dale Pride now. Tainer, the intruders defile the altar of the sacred blade.
a beam. It's gonna go through. The spell? Nice. I'm not gonna dispel this. I mean, interrupt this. Let's deal with it. Hey, Ghost of WoW, what's up? How are you doing?
They seek to ambush me without my lieutenants.
Hey, Crash, thanks for 13 months. What's up?
Ours is the true path for the Arathi. My spear aims true. My fang and claw.
One more pass. Oh. And I didn't dodge it.
And to these heathens.
Oh wait, I actually just actively dodged it. Huh. Easy for me.
My spear aims true.
One more pounce, probably. Yes.
Show them the power of the flame. My spear aims true. My fang and claw.
Oh no! I just pressed my cooldowns. Thank you. Oh my god. I could have also shadow melted that one. Oh, I should have just shadow melted.
My spear aims true. Finish them off, Lieutenant. My fang and claw.
Ooh, I definitely would have died if that jump would have been on me.
My spear aims true. My fang and claw. Finish them off, Lieutenant.
Got you do gravel bike. Nice, Arcrash. Very cool. Do you like it? More than happy with it? Oh, that's amazing. So glad. Very cool. First he rides 30 kilometers and 50 kilometers is done. Nice. Good job. Very, very cool.
Finish them off, Lieutenant. My spear aims true. My fang and claw. Glory.
Are we lasting this?
Dalcry was a
So a gravel bike
hero.
is pretty similar to a road bike.
To turn against Hallowfall.
Like the way the frame is made and stuff, you're kind of leaning forwards and stuff. But it doesn't have, like, the tires are a little bit more like grippy and stuff, so you don't, like, you can actually ride on gravel is the gist of it. That's why it's called a gravel bike. So it's not as fast as a road bike. And it doesn't have some of the other features that road bikes have, but you can do some roads that you wouldn't be able to do on a road bike, basically. So it has a little bit like broader tires. Oh, fuck.
Only the strongest survive.
Shit, silly Mike. Deceased. Shit, I guess it's over, yeah. Fuck. Fuck, what happened? Shit. Man. This key is rough. Fuck, priority. The front suspension on a gravel bike. Yeah, obviously there's no suspension on a gravel bike, yeah. Like, it's the same as a road bike when it comes to suspension and, like, the way you're sitting on it and stuff. How do you go each? How long do you go each day on the walking path? It's always very different. Like, I can't. There's no set amount of time that I'm walking on the walking path. Depends on how much I feel like walking and depending on what I do as well. Like, sometimes I do something where I don't feel like I can walk because it will be bad for the game that I'm playing or whatnot. And if I can walk, I just walk however long I feel like. So no, can't really tell you how much exactly. But maybe around, I mean, maybe like 15k steps a day or something if I am like actually here playing and I can walk. So maybe I walk for like between 1.5 hours, 2 hours, something like that. And do you think your health has improved after getting the walking pad? I am thinking of getting one myself. Like, that's literally something I can tell you honestly, because I'm pretty active outside of walking on this walking pad as well. So, like, I personally think it's healthy. And I personally, for me, it's a mental thing mainly, I think. Because sometimes when I'm working all day and I can't really go outside and do anything, I kind of just feel bad at the end of the day. And it's kind of like, oh, you know, I just like didn't do anything. My body is like, oh, you know. And when I get some steps in, I feel like I did something at least. So for me, it's like a mental thing, I think. For actual health reasons, I'm sure walking is also good for you, but I wouldn't necessarily be able to tell you that it gave me like a big difference, right? Because as I said, I'm already doing like active stuff outside of this walking thing. I mean, I also go to the gym, I also cycle, I also hike, I also do other things, right? So can't really pinpoint one thing that makes me healthier or whatever.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Bellatrix.
Alright, we can do this key now. I believe. We got this. We got this.
But of late, the devotees have become
guys.
hostile.
Are you believing in us?
The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale
What happened?
is protecting something.
Oh!
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
What happened? Like Mike just said wait in chat. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what happened. Hey Anita! Hey Damon Rao, what's up? Walking is good for health? Yeah. Like, I don't think there's... Like, I do think that if you get a walking pet versus... So here's the thing. If you're considering to get a walking pet to be healthier, I think it's a very good thing. As long as you're not replacing it with something else. You know what I mean? I guess that would be the only downside. Like, if you get a walking pet, and then you just feel like, I'm gonna skip this workout today, I'm gonna skip this gym session, I'm gonna skip all of that because I walked for like half an hour while playing video games, you know? Like, as long as you don't do that, then I think it can only be a healthy thing to be able to walk a little bit well, being on a PC all day. Because if you're gonna be on a PC anyway, because you're working or you're raiding or whatever it is you're doing, right? Then if it's just an addition to your activities otherwise, then it can only really be healthy, right? At that point, there can't really be anything, like it can't really be unhealthy or like worse. Larka. Dude, you're memeing. Like, I know you're memeing, Larka, but honestly, like, every time I'm in the US, and I guess, okay, like, maybe this is not necessarily a US thing. Like, I'm kind of focusing on the US here, but I think it's like a general problem. And it's not really a problem either. It's like it's just really tough to eat, to not overeat in like the current world we live in. This is not even just like a US problem, right? Like, I feel like every time I go somewhere on like a work trip or whatnot, then I'm not cooking myself, right? So I have to like eat whatever you get in a hotel, whatever you get here, catering and whatnot, and you go eat out in restaurants and you do takeout and whatnot. And whenever you do those things, I feel like it's so hard to really like get what you're really eating. Because when you make your food yourself or you order at places that you know, then you get kind of an idea on like how big this meal is, right? Like, you know, okay, if I eat this pizza, that's gonna be, I don't know, like 1,000 calories or whatever. But if you're like in some other country where they do different portion sizes, different things, then you order this meal and you don't even know like how, like, what is this? Of course people say, oh, well, just stop eating when you're full. But I feel like with these like really processed foods, there's so much, like, it feels like you can just eat so much of it and not, like, you don't feel full and you still just ate like a shit ton, you know? And then afterwards you get a stomach ache because you actually did eat way too much. But in the moment, it's hard for you to tell, you know? Because it doesn't look like a lot, but like, for example, I was in the US recently. I was in California, and I ordered a salad, and understood it wasn't just a salad. Like, there was like stuff on this salad. Yeah, this was not like a low-calorie salad. Yeah. So I did understand that, but I still didn't really know like what's in this dressing, you know, like there could be so much shit in just the sauce and the dressing. It's like so hard to tell.
Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics.
I could have been eating like 1,000 calories in salad, honestly. And I just wouldn't really know. And yeah, sometimes these companies put like the calories on it, like on their product, right? But most of the time it's like not really like properly, not super accurate, right? Because
AoE.
like if you make a meal fresh every single time, how could you possibly tell the calories every single time unless you're weighing everything perfectly? Oh, which I doubt they're doing.
AoE.
And some restaurants don't have the calories shown either, like, or they say stuff like 1,000 calories without the dressing, and then I'm just like, yeah, okay. How much is the dressing then? What if the dressing itself is already like 400 calories? It could be. So, what's the purpose of me knowing the calories without the dressing? You know, like. I mean, unless I eat the salad without the dressing, which who the fuck eats a salad without the dressing? Sorry, I said I'm gonna focus on this key and then I talked about food. Okay, let's talk about this key now. But at least, okay, one more thing I wanted to say. At least there is a few places where they do show the calories in the US. That's not really a thing in Europe at all. At least not where I live and where I've been. Like, there's not a single restaurant that shows calories here where I live. Not one. So I guess that's something at least. I do also want to say that we don't really have fast food places here though, so. Like, we only really have like privately owned restaurants here, which I guess by default already means that we have a little bit more like overview of what the fuck's in there. I guess. Not really, but like the portion size and everything is also a little bit smaller. Anyway, sorry, I'm focusing on this screen now. Sorry, I'm done yapping. I'm done. Dude, I'm such a fucking yapper. It's crazy. Somebody stop me. Oh, nice. Oh, fuck. I guess we just want to finish off the light spawn here as fast as possible, right? So we can pull the other light spawn. This is the pull that we had to divide because earlier we tried to pull both of the light spawns like Wunderbar did. Well, it's not really. There you go. But it didn't really work out. Like, we're not in voiced or anything, so it's kind of hard to coordinate our defenses and everything. Kind of tough.
Defeat Dale Cry now.
Tainer, the intruders defile the altar of the sacred blade.
Don't get her started on Great Cheese. Yeah. I'll never stop talking. Oh my.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
I think I just released, honestly. Ah, fuck, somewhat bad timing. Actually, no, I can just walk past here. No, I cannot. I guess there's nowhere to jump up here. Ah, fuck me! Ah! Okay, I guess it is a little bit bad to release here, after all. If we get bad timing for the patrol, at least. Maybe I could have just walked to the right? I don't think so. I think it was kind of shitty timing. I feel like that was really unlucky. Like, if it would have been at any other spot, it would have been fine.
I see them. They seek to ambush me without my lieutenant.
Da, 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 da.
Ours is the true path for the Arathi. My spear aims true. Feel Ember's wrath.
Fuck.
Put an end to these heathens. My spear aims true. My hand and claw.
So glad you asked. Gross. Oh. I'm glad we have a great cheese command.
My spear aims true. My hand and claw.
I still believe in my great cheese empire, guys. I will build it eventually. Eventually, I'll be selling great cheese all over the world. We might rename it to protein cheese. Because great cheese sounds disgusting, but I haven't thought out, I haven't figured out all the details just yet, guys, okay? I'm holding on to this Incarn for next pull. I'd buy protein cheese. Yeah, see, there you go. Protein cheese, good name. Great cheese, bad name.
Lieutenant, eliminate these vermin. My spear aims true. My hand and claw.
Man, I'm not drinking enough water. I forgot to fill out my water bottle at the start of the stream because it was completely empty. So all I drank today was coffee. As you might have noticed by my yapping that I had a coffee or two. There might be some caffeine flowing through my bloodstream right now. Alright, let's do this. We like yapping. I mean, it would be really funny if you hated my yapping and it would still watch my stream. Man, you would have a miserable time. But maybe you like being miserable. Some people are into that. I'm dead. Fuck.
I simply wish you had lasted.
That was my bad. Man, this build takes a long time, but I guess that's just how it is, right? I know. It's just a tough pull. Thank you so much for 1 year, Avery. Thank you so much. Subscribe to Mystery. We tried, guys. It is tough. Miserable equals biking uphill 3 miles. Yeah. Alright, we tried, guys. We tried. To be fair, I agree. It is miserable backing uphill, and I'm still doing it. So maybe I also do like mystery as well. Maybe I'm also somebody that enjoys mystery.
Cartels are always hiring temp workers to pick up odd jobs. See if you can lend a hand.
Wait 1 second. Oh. So, what key do you think we can time? Plus 10? I just noticed we have lease a bike at work. Oh, really? That's really cool. Yeah, some countries have that. Ah, yeah. If you're somebody that wants to start cycling, you should definitely look that up first before you buy a bike. Because some countries have this kind of, this law, or, I mean, I don't know if it's a law actually, but basically some companies allow you to, like, lease a bike over the over your income. I think that's the way it works, right? So basically, you get the bike and you pay a lot less. And then somehow, like, the company's kind of like paying the rest for you, and then you get a little bit less income because they will deduct some of your income every month. But I still think overall you're still paying less for the bike. Like, the company does pay a little bit for it. Hey John, a rare evening WoW stream. I know, right? And at the end, you can buy it for a bargain. Yeah, exactly, yeah. How do I get into solar eclipse? Because I cast 2 servers but no eclipse procs. That's because you're playing... you need to read this talent here. Generally, you should always read your talents, by the way, but... Lunar Calling is what you need to read. Just open up your Elun's Chosen and read Lunar Calling. And then you'll get it. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna be right back. Before we do the next key, I'm gonna eat some food so I don't starve to death. That would be ideal. So I'm gonna sit down for a little while. I guess we can watch some yapping from some of the WoW content creators while I eat. What kind of yap pitch are we listening to, though? Let's see if Talos has a new video. Or Dratanos. Guten Abend, Talos. What's up? Yeah, we never activate solar cliffs with this with these talents. Yeah. If you play different talents, you do, but not with this talent build. Guys, I really need to pee. But I need to set up this video first before I leave. I don't know why I mentioned it, because now I have to think about it even more. Where's Teddle's YouTube channel? Wait, I might not be following Teddles. Don't tell him. Oh, let's watch the video about the dinar changes, because honestly, I don't even know what they changed. I'm completely clueless about the dinar changes. I kind of missed that part. Okay, be right back 1 second. I'm gonna get food and I'm gonna let you listen to Talos in the meantime. Intimissimi.
Very good.
Sorry, apparently we have to watch ads.
The new feminine fragrance, Carolina Herrera.
Alrighty, so Mythic Plus
There we
dungeon
go.
trinkets
Okay,
added
be right
to
back
the
1
Dinar
sec.
vendor and Myth Track needing Mythic 12s. This is a post that was made over on Wowhead, and we have a blue post where Blizzard is announcing that Mythic Plus dungeon trinkets will be available on the Dinar vendor, and Myth Track trinkets need Mythic Plus 12s to be able to obtain them. So Blizzard created a blue post with a lot of the backlash coming with the current Dinar system. Let me over a little bit, that way you guys can see. We're going to kind of talk about like what's actually changing with the Dinar system, what Blizzard's walking back a little bit, and is this good or bad realistically. So Blizzard basically goes out on the state whenever the Turbo Boost event goes live on May 13th. It will include some additional opportunities for players who prefer Mythic Plus dungeons. The weekly quests that provides puzzling cartel chips will now offer players a choice between killing 4 raid bosses in the Liberation of Undermine or completing 4 Mythic Plus dungeons. Additionally, the vendor will now offer a selection of trinkets from Season 2 dungeons in addition to the previously planned raid items. Cool. Purchasing a Hero Track dungeon trinket or Hero Track raid gear will have no requirements other than currency cost. This means that regardless of how you obtain your puzzling cartel chip, you can exchange them for Hero Track raid gear or Hero Track dungeon trinkets. The Myth Track dungeon trinkets will also require both the currency and having beaten the timer in all Season 2 Mythic Plus dungeons at plus 12 or higher, having unlocked the Resilient Keystone system. And of course, the Myth Track raid gear will require both the currency and a victory over the item's associated boss on Mythic difficulty in the Liberation of Undermine. Our goal here is to ensure players who enjoy Mythic Plus dungeons have a way to use this new event to obtain items they may have been chasing for weeks. I'm going to be honest, this is probably the best concession that they could have made given what the system is. I know that for some people, it isn't realistically going to be enough for them. For some people, nothing except for being completely equal with Raiders is going to be enough for some people. But I think that this is probably the best thing that Blizzard was realistically going to do here. And honestly, I think that this was... I'm actually glad that they walked this back. I actually didn't expect them to do anything, but the fact that they are giving a conduit to Mythic Plus players, whereas a similar analog to what Raiders are getting, where they can actually buy these items off of a vendor with these guaranteed effects, is important. Now, what I will say is I think the very rare items are probably the biggest and most slippery slope that you're seeing here, where the very rares kind of have this weird thing where all 20 people in your raid want this item, whether it be Jaster Diamond, whether it be the class trinkets from Neltharion, whether it be the Vault of the Incarnates trinket, the Whispering Incarnate icon, whatever it might be. There are very rare items each and every single season, the Ansarek Ring, that your entire raid guild wants. So all 20 players are needing on it, or all people are needing on it in general. And as a result, they also have very powerful cantrip effects or secondary proc effects or whatever that some of these other items don't have. And so, of course, they're going to just basically be bis for everybody because they're designed to be over budget. I think that that's just the intent by design. And whenever you're creating items that are like that, of course, players who feel like they don't have access to those items because they're purely from raid are going to be a little bit annoyed. I think, again, I just don't think that the very rare system is maybe the best way of designing the loot in the game just as a whole, and maybe something that Blizzard's going to be looking to rethink in the future. But just in general, I think that this is probably the best thing that Blizzard could be looking to do. So what's going to end up happening is basically Mythic Plusers. If you need a Sephorium Pacemaker, a Signet of the Priory, any of the other trinkets, Mud, any of the other trinkets that you actually obtain purely from Mythic Plus, you can now purchase those, the Tome for tanks as well. You can now purchase those on MythTrack, assuming that you have all 12s done, which in my opinion is a decent analog to Mythic rating in general. Now, I don't think it's perfect because I think that there are some bosses like One Armed Bandit, Mugsy, or whatever that are much harder than 12s. And I think that there are some bosses like Vexy that are easier than 12s, but I don't think it's, that's not really super important here. I think it's like an okay analog to be looking to be able to be deterministically purchasing items off of a vendor in this way. And I think that giving Mythic Plus players the ability, even if the trinkets are a little bit worse, for melee DPS, I know some of their BIS trinkets are Signet of the Priory and Sephorium Pacemaker together. And I know for range DPS, a lot of their BIS trinkets are like House of Cards and Mug Moxie's Choke. So having these opportunities, though, to be able to purchase trinkets, in some seasons your best trinket's going to be coming from Mythic Plus, in some seasons your best trinket's going to be coming from Raid. But the reality of the situation is that having the opportunity to purchase these trinkets is the most important thing here. And I think that that's actually I think I commend Blizzard for actually walking this back and trying to create a system that works for everybody, because I think that one of the bigger complaints was that very infrequently is there a system that actually doesn't benefit you. So say you're like a pure Mythic Plus player, very infrequently does Blizzard create a system that just doesn't benefit you. It might benefit you less than somebody else, but it's not that it won't benefit you at all. I still stand by what I said in the past video, though, that I think the accessibility of Mythic rating is also partially at fault here, where I've...
Okay, that was a lot of yapping from Taddles. I liked it. I agree with most things that he said. But I unfortunately cut out because I was in the bathroom, so my headset cut out at the start, which was the exact time where he explained how it really works. So I missed the whole explanation and then only heard his opinion afterwards. So let me read this again. Prize passing a dungeon will now offer players a choice between killing 4 rapists and okay, so basically you still can't get MythTrack trinkets as a M+ player, but you can get Hero Track. Is that how it works? Nat and Hoyas, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. Thank you. I think so. So you can get MythTrack dungeon trinkets from doing +12 or higher, which no one will... dungeon trinkets suck. Of course, the MythTrack raid gear will require both the currency and victory of the items. Okay, so you still need to buy a boost, basically, or just be happy with the heroic version of the trinket, I guess.
I've seen a lot of comments for a bunch of different people that are like, yeah, I work irregular hours and have just a bunch of life going on. And for me, it's really difficult
God, I hate people that have a life
at a level that I would like to, or raid at a level that where I could actually get these rewards. And it's not even that I don't have the skill, but I just don't realistically have the time to be able to carve out where I can, jump in and play 5-6 days a week. but only for an hour or two at a time, and be able to do 13s, 14s, and 15 level
And,
keys. And so I still think the accessibility of Mythic rating is something that maybe
rice with
Blizzard's going to be
chicken
needing to
and
continue to look at in the future,
carrots
because
and
that stuff is tough. I
peas,
mean, it's
chickpeas. No.
one of the things that
Green
La
peas.
vera magia inizia ora.
What are they called?
Su Sky Sport.
Beans. Beans. No.
Roland Garros.
Peas.
Wimbledon,
They're probably,
US
I don't know.
Open. Guarda tutto
Doesn't
il
matter.
grande-
Some vegetable.
I've seen a lot of common sentiments about is like there are these very skilled players
So I'm gonna
that
wait for a
just
second
aren't
while I
willing
eat
to
this.
Mythic raid because of the time commitments and accessibility and just what it requires to actually be a Mythic raider. And it's not even necessarily the difficulty, but it's more the logistical stuff that is part of the problem there. So circling this back to the dinars, I think that this is probably the best compromise that Blizzard was going to come up with. I don't really think that there's much more that you're going to ask for. In regards to this, I think that it's, you know, again, the Jaster Diamond, the best in slots, some of these very rare items that are off of the bosses in raid that are higher value. Of course, they're always going to end up being better just because that's how they are. But just getting a system that is at least, there's like a decent compromise here, I think that that's probably the most fair way of going about it from a Blizzard perspective. And something that I do also want to iterate is, you know, sometimes I'll read these comments where they're like, yeah, we're all second-class citizens. I want you to know that Blizzard, there is no chance in hell that they actually view Mythic Plusers as second-class citizens, and they don't view Mythic Plus as like an in-game pillar. They legitimately do view that as an in-game pillar. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much damn time reworking the system due to feedback and continuing to add things like the 3K IO achievement or changing up the weekly keys and changing the affixes and completely reworking the affix system. They wouldn't do that if they actually viewed you as second-class citizens. It's more just that they view PvE players in the same bucket together, where it's not just, you know, Raiders versus Mythic Plusers, it's Raiders and Mythic Plusers combined. And so they have to try to make a system that works for both combined, where a lot of people want to play one or the other, not necessarily always one and the other, especially at the same skill level. And ultimately, I know that it isn't going to always appease everyone, and I know that it's not fair, and the systems aren't equal for both parties involved because, again, the raid gear is still going to be better. I think that there's a larger question as to why does raid gear necessarily need to be better than Mythic Plus gear. I think that that's something that you pretty in good faith could ask yourself, is like, why does Mythic raid gear just have to be better than Mythic Plus gear? But at the same point, for what we were getting in the system, at least Blizzard listening to feedback and walking back the system, in my opinion, is probably the best thing that we were going to get out of this. And overall, that's it for...
I mean, like, I get it. You know, when I use my reasonable brain that is not being biased because I'm only an Plus player, then I do kind of understand Blizzard's. Like, I understand why M Plus and rating has to kind of be combined. Because otherwise you're kind of like killing the player base of both, you know? Like, if you completely separate M Plus from rating, the way PvP is separated from PvE, then you risk killing the player base for rating and for M Plus, because then all of a sudden, you know, you're having like, you're creating more subgroups within the game that does not, like, you know, interact with each other. So I do get that. But, and there's a but. But I do think that if you want to combine dungeons, like, if you want to move forward with this kind of like philosophy that you're combining rating and Mythic Plus, then I think you need to do something about the loot from rating in some shape, way, or form. Because 20-man Mythic rating compared to Mythic Plus 5-man, it's just such a big difference. And I feel like that's something you cannot ask of a player. Like, I don't think you can ask a player that really enjoys 5-man dungeons to have to play 20-man Mythic raids to be able to get the best gear for the content that they enjoy doing, which is 5-man dungeons. You know what I mean? And yeah, don't get me started on this whole, oh, you don't have to do this. Like, I understand. But think of it as like another game. Like, let's talk about PvP, for example. Let's assume, and I understand it's not as different as PvP is, but just as an example, let's say a PvP player plays 3v3 arena, right? But to get their best items, like their best in slot items, they have to, for whatever reason, play RBGs. And RBGs is even something that is somewhat reasonable to ask for because it doesn't require an insane amount of coordination or setup, right? But even that would kind of be dumb when you think about it, right? Like, why can't the big discrepancy here is the 5 people versus 20 people, in my opinion. Right? Because you can't just go and do mythic raids. Like, this is not a thing you can just do. It's a big commitment. I cannot emphasize enough how big of a commitment mythic raiding is for a player. You don't just say, oh, I'm just going to go mythic raid. No, you need to join a fucking guild and commit to raid like 2 times a week at least, right? Probably 3 days a week. And for 4 or 5 hours each. That's like 15 hours of your week that you have to commit to this content that you probably don't even enjoy doing, because what you really enjoy is 5-man dungeons, right? And to ask that of a player, I think is not, I just don't think that's okay. I don't think we should live in that reality. Again, I understand why they don't want to divide it. Like, I get their point of view, but if they want this to be true, that M+ players and raiders are like in one pot, then I think what they have to do to make this like fair is either let the best gear from raiding drop already in heroic, where you have flexible raid teams, and make mythic be more of a bonus thing, where mythic is mainly for like quote unquote score and achievements and whatnot. Because the same thing happens for Mythic Plus, right? Because if let's say we're reversing the logic, where the raiders also have to play in Plus to get the best gear, right? Which is true. But the best gear in the Mythic Plus already caps at plus 10. Right? A raider does not have to do plus 18 keys. A raider, theoretically, has to do plus 10s. And yeah, it also sucks that you have to do M+ dungeons as a raider if you don't like them. Like, I get that. But I still think that's a more reasonable thing to ask than it is for a Mythic Plus player to do mythic raiding. Right? Like, I think we can all agree on that. Because, first of all, Mythic Plus dungeons only require 5 people. You can do it in a pug. You can do it whenever you want. You don't have to commit to any, like, schedule. You can kind of do it whenever, and you don't have to do the most difficult M+ dungeons. You only have to do 10s. But the M+ player, on the other hand, they are not done by only heroic raiding, which you could theoretically do in a pug, and whenever you would want. You have to commit to mythic raiding, which is a lot different than just having to do M+ dungeons, right? So I think if they want to continue this like philosophy that raiders and M+ players are just kind of one thing, then I personally think either they need to make a change to to mythic raiding as a whole to make it more accessible for a player, or they need to make it so maybe heroic drops the highest item level in raiding. I'm not saying that mythic should be deleted, but maybe heroic already kind of drops the highest item level, and then mythic is more like a, you know how ultimates work in FF14 or something, where maybe your gear gets scaled and you gain more of like achievements and titles and mounts. And maybe you can get like something that helps you out within that raid, but not helps you out in a plus. They could always say, oh, mythic drops items that are better than heroic items, but that part that is better only activates in the raids. We used to have this before, do you remember? There were certain items that had more item level in the raids. Or was it PvP? I don't remember. Yeah, I think it was PvP. Like, in PvP combat, your item level was higher. Yeah, exactly. They could do that with, like, mythic raiding, in a sense, right? So that people that don't like raiding they would be done by doing heroic as like the highest content, and people that actually do like raiding, they still have mythic to go for, and they still have items that they could improve on, and like I feel like that's, and I don't like, obviously this is just something that I came up with as I was speaking, so I'm not saying that this is like a perfect solution, but I feel like something like that needs to happen. Because otherwise, DM Plus players will always feel like they are at a disadvantage and that they're the ones that are like second-class citizens or whatnot. Because it's true, like it's just, you can't just say just do Mythic Raid. Like it's just not how it works, you know. It's not really a thing. Anyway, let's watch another video to continue the yappage because I need to finish eating. One worker has a problem, ... I like it. Another Tattles yapping video.
Stamattina mi sono svegliata pensando, cosa mi metto per iniziare bene la giornata? Cosa mi metto per sembrare del posto?
This would be so much better. Yeah, honestly.
Questo potrebbe andare.
Have you ever had something similar?
Like, honestly, I think the idea that I just came up with, like with the mythic gear being better, but only in the raids, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like that sounds somewhat good. I don't know, maybe that would be the solution. I don't know.
Similar to what you're seeing on screen right here, where you're queued up and you have a healer
Let's see
and
what
3
Tattles has to
DPS
say.
in your group, and you're just sitting there waiting for a tank, but no tank applies. Where are the tanks? Why were we able to fill our DPS slots in a matter of seconds, but it's been taking minutes for a healer or a tank to be able to sign up for something as simple as a weekly key? Why is it like this? For many people, you know, this is the reality of the situation, is that finding a tank for their group actually can take a lot of time. So this is a phenomenon called bottlenecking. And what happens is basically whenever there are too much or too little of one specific group of people, in this instance tanks, to be able to match the number of DPS or healers that are available in the ecosystem, that creates a situation where it takes a lot longer for groups to just be formed in general. If you think about this in like League of Legends terms, think about the ability to be able to play support, how if you click queue up whenever you're playing support, you immediately get into a game, whereas if you're playing something like a mid laner, it takes you probably 5 to 10 minutes before you even get into a game, even at relatively low MMRs. Bottlenecking is a pretty serious thing in role-based games because players have a tendency to kind of stick to the roles that they find more enjoyable or more entertaining for one reason or another, and they tend to stay away from different roles, again, for particular reasons. I think it's kind of interesting to kind of take a look at this Cyber tweet that you see on screen right here. And he said, in an interesting part of my 0 to hero is how empty LFG seems to be at these lower key levels. Besides a +7 floodgate, it's been barren. I think a Mythic plus solo queue system could help. And I think that for a lot of people, this, especially for DPS players, this would actually end up making sense. But if you end up taking a look at what his group actually is, LFG isn't barren. He has 3 DPS in his group, right? So he had the ability to be able to fill DPS just like that, right? Just at the snap of his...
Just quickly pausing because I saw Garrus's message. If that ever happens, they would have to weekly lock out and plus, because then that just emphasizes other issues. I'm not sure why you're saying that. Why would they have to lock out and plus loot? Oh, I think you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that heroic raid should drop myth track, basically, in this like idea that I had. As I said, like the details, obviously there's like many details that you can still figure out. But I'm basically saying that a heroic raid should drop myth track. So you don't have to lock out. Like you would still get worse gear from M+, right? Which is kind of necessary because obviously Mythic Plus is infinitely repeatable. So if you want to cap the loot somehow, it needs to be an idea, like you need to make sure the highest loot is kept in a way, which would still be kept if it drops in heroic, right?
Fingers, he had 3 DPS in his group immediately, and now they're just sitting there waiting for that bottleneck to kind of loosen up, and a healer or a tank, or healer and a tank, I guess in this instance, are going to be looking to apply to his group. So at a glance, I think for a lot of people, a solo queue system could benefit them, right? Particularly these DPS who aren't necessarily playing the most meta thing, or are appropriately qualified, and we're going to talk about overqualification in Mythic Plus in just a little bit, but are appropriately qualified for the keys, and they would rather have the system be first come, first serve, as opposed to what LFG currently is, where you're taking the best available candidate with some level of skepticism, right? For some people, you know, it would probably decrease the average amount of time waiting, but I think for the system as a whole, it would probably end up increasing it. I've talked about, you know, solo queue before in Mythic Plus. If you want, go watch a past video. I talked about it with Growl on the Bench a couple weeks back. So if you want that kind of thing, go watch it. Without getting into it too much, it would probably end up increasing the queue times just on the system as a whole, which wouldn't end up positively affecting anything. And so why I'm making this video today is to kind of talk about that bottlenecking phenomenon between tanks and healers and how it's actually making the game worse and impacting players in a pretty negative light. So what I will say is I think it's mostly a social issue, right? For a lot of players, whenever they start to begin the game, they are presented with a choice. Are they going to play tank, healer, or DPS? And they kind of have to pick a class at that point too. And for most people, the class that they, or the character that they picked back in 2007 is largely still the same character that they might be playing today. And it's probably still the same role. Now, the reason that they didn't pick tank or healer is pretty obvious, right? Whenever you're presented with what does this role do? Oh, okay, I gather up mobs, I tank big hits, I'm more the supporty style where I'm able to help the group.
Do you guys agree with his opinion here? Because I don't. I don't think it's true that most players stick to the same role that they started playing the game as. I don't think so, because I do think it's true that most people probably pick a DPS to start with. But to say that everyone kind of just sticks to the DPS role because they started initially as a DPS, like, I'm sure a lot of people are sticking to it. But I personally started as a healer and I'm now a DPS, right, for example. I don't know, like, I feel like a lot of people are switching their roles, personally.
Group, but I'm not going to get a lot of the glory. Okay, makes sense as to why people wouldn't pick tank.
But it is true, I guess.
Healer, kind of a similar situation. You're a supporty, I raise health bars, I heal my allies up type of situation, where it's, again, more of a supporty playstyle, where a lot of people, whenever they hear DPS, oh, you get to do big damage, you're the carry of the group. That, to them, is what being in it, that's what's cool about an MMO just in general, is being that carry in your group. But right now, we have a severe lack of tank players, and Overwatch.
Okay, so I think... Okay, Tyler's opinion is that DPS are like the carries and they look cool and whatever, but... And if you compare this to other games, I do think in general supporty roles are something that is less played. But I think that's mainly an issue for something like MOBAs and shooters and something like that. If you look at like Valorant maybe, or you look at League of Legends or stuff like that, then I think it's true that supports are played less. But looking at MMOs, I don't think it's true for other games with the same like idea behind it, right? And if you look at FF14, for example, they seem to have quite a lot of tanks and quite a lot of healers. Maybe still less than damage dealers, but still, they don't seem to be having that same like crazy issue that we have. And don't get me wrong, I don't think that Titles is completely wrong. I do think that it is probably part of the reason. And I'm not sure if he's going to mention this at the end of this video or at some point in this video. But I personally think the biggest reason why we have less tanks is pretty simple. Okay, two reasons actually. Number one, Blizzard is combining Mythic Plus with raiding, as we talked about earlier, right? Raiding and then Plus kind of needs to go one in one. If you want the best gear, and you want to be the highest geared character, and you want to do the highest content, you kind of need to do the highest content in raiding and in M+, right? That's what Blizzard wants you to do. But how many tanks do you need for raiding? 2 out of 20. How many tanks do you need for M+? 1 out of 5. You see how the ratio for this is completely off. it doesn't add up, right? So for the amount of tanks you need for M+, is so much higher than the amount of tanks you need for raiding, that of course there will be less tanks for M+. Like it's a really obvious thing, right? Because if you play tank in your raid, you probably also want to tank in M+. And if you tank in M+, you probably also want to tank in a raid. But the amount of people that are looking for tanks for their guild is not a lot, because you only need 2. And usually it's already hard to get into a guild as a tank, because tanking is a somewhat important role, so you don't want to just invite anyone, right? So obviously if you have 1 versus 10, like 1 tank for 10 people in the raid, but 1 tank for 5 people in a +, then that ratio is off, and you're gonna have less tanks available for a +. It's really that simple, right? So that's reason 1, in my opinion. And reason number 2 is that tanks, especially in pug groups, have almost all responsibility on them compared to DPS and healers. Like the amount of people that just expect a tank to link a route and to do everything is crazy, which like it's understandable, because if the tank is the one that needs to pull it, and the tank needs to be comfortable with it, right? So it does make sense that the tank is the one that chooses the route, but it does not make sense that no one else even has a suggestion for it, or even like gives any input or helps with anything, right? Usually it's just like damage dealers join, healers join, tanks join, and then a tank needs to like figure out the route. The tank needs to do the ready check. The tank needs to assign things. And if they don't do it, then it's a bad tank, right? And almost always when something goes wrong, if the tank makes a mistake, that's a big issue. If a damage dealer makes a mistake, you're probably fine, right? If a damage dealer presses their cooldowns wrong, or dies here, or whatever, like it's whatever, right? If your tank dies on a pool, well, you're probably gonna wipe. You're probably gonna have a bad time. So yeah, I think a lot of people just don't want to deal with that extra responsibility. So yeah, I think those 2 issues are like the biggest thing, I guess. Not to mention that generally tanks sometimes don't even have a fun time either, depending on how the dungeons are designed.
Overwatch, kind of interestingly enough, had a discussion as to whether or not 5v5 versus 6v6 playership was going to end up being better. And I ended up reading through this director's take talking about average competitive roll time queues whenever they were looking at 5v5 versus 6v6. And if you take a look on the screen here, whenever they were doing 6v6, which required 2 tanks in the group, the average queue time for most DPS players was 7.6 minutes. So tanks, they were getting into groups relatively quickly with an average wait time of 1.8 minutes.
That doesn't make sense.
Because they needed 2 tanks for the role. But there weren't enough tanks in the ecosystem to be able to satiate how many DPS players there realistically were. So whenever Overwatch 2 came out and they went into 5v5, this then decreased the wait time for DPS queues and cut it almost in half, a little bit over half, actually, in terms of how long they're waiting. And if we take this and kind of apply this level of skepticism to Mythic Plus, it works in a couple of different ways. First and foremost, there would be more groups formed if there were more tanks, and additionally...
I don't know, depending on the level of keys you are doing, doesn't everybody need to know what's going on with routes and pools? Nope. No. Like, I'm the best. I'm actually living proof that you don't need to know everything about a key to be able to do high keys as a damage dealer. I did all keys on level 15 without knowing... Honestly, without knowing a lot of like very basic shit about the dungeons. And no, I didn't get carried by a group. I literally packed all the way up to 15. And no, it's not because I'm a streamer and people just invite me. It's just the fact that sometimes, like as a ranged player, what is it you don't need to know everything. You really don't. Why would I know? Why would I need to know what a tank buster does? Why would I need to know the routes and stuff? I just follow the tank. If the tank pulls, I follow. When he pulls his pack, I'm gonna kill the pack. It's really that simple. I take damage, I press bark skin. There's a pedal on the ground, I move out. You know, like it's not that hard. So you're tanking. So you're saying tanking is way harder? Yes. Of course it is. Tanking is much harder than playing a ranged DPS.
More healers, but tank I think is by far the biggest bottleneck right now. And so realistically, if there are more tanks, then there's going to end up being more groups formed. Now, another consequence of the bottleneck as well, especially with how LFG just as a system really realistically ends up working, is whenever you have an appropriately qualified tank and an appropriately qualified healer, they have basically the pick of the litter for DPS to be able to select in their group. And so what this ends up meaning is that they're going to end up taking overqualified people. And whenever I say overqualified, I'm talking about they're playing meta specializations, they're higher IO than is required for that group, and it just kind of ends up boxing out appropriately qualified candidates, whether or not they're playing something that's deemed less meta, whether or not they're 20, 30, 40 points below somebody else. That can potentially be factors into why these other people aren't getting into groups. Which, of course, this makes sense whenever you look at it in the context of you're presented with players on a list, and all you see about them is their item level and their IO, and you don't really see too much about them, right? You only see their item level, their IO, and what class they end up playing. Of course, you're going to take the person who is overqualified for your group whenever you have an abundance of applicants. And that's why the bottleneck is actually so dangerous. If you go and take a look at the spec popularity Mythic Plus for War Within Season 2, this is a chart that can be taken from Rare. I'm looking at it on WoW.
That's actually funny. That's such a cool graphic.
Whenever you're looking at weekly level keys where class balance realistically doesn't matter in the slightest, you know, you're seeing pretty reasonable representation among all the specializations. This tends to track pretty closely with how many of the specializations are being played on a much larger player base scale and the amount of classes or whatever that are at max level. And so this ends up tracking pretty closely. And then at the point at which keys no longer becomes like super easy, so we're going to take 12s in this instance, you see a very drastic shift start to take effect where players start to consolidate down into more meta specializations. And that's because whenever the content is no longer trivial, you're not taking the first applicant in your group. You are starting to look at the groups with a little bit more skepticism and taking these overqualified applicants. And then that gives the tank and the healer, who again are appropriately qualified for the key, or maybe even potentially underqualified for the key. This creates a situation where you're going to have DPS players being somewhere probably around like 50 to 100 points higher than their tank and their healer counterparts. Because the tank and the healer, they might be appropriately qualified for that key. Say they've done all 11s, now they're looking to try to prog 12s. The DPS, as a result, are expected to have half of their 12s already done before they could be even considered to get into that group, or maybe even potentially already have all their 12s done, and for some reason there's some...
Okay, sorry, I wanted to read this because I think you're making an interesting point, Garros. Okay, Garros is saying, if people want to know why we don't have tanks, they should think, when was the last time they went into a Mythic 0 or a Mythic Plus 2 and helped someone that has never tanked starting to get used to the idea of tanking and learning? Tanks don't grow on trees. Someone has to play them, and people have to help them get to the point of doing a plus. See, I understand what you're saying, but you're blaming the wrong people. In my opinion, like, why would it be the job of a player to teach another player how to play the game? The game should teach you how to play the game. Right? Like, why on earth is it my responsibility to join a lower key? And how would I even teach the tank what to do? Like, I'm not a tank. Also, why would I, like... like, this is such a weird thing. Like, how would anyone think of even doing this, right? Like, either the game kind of like gives you some sort of profit for doing that. Like, maybe the game introduces a teaching system where the game says, hey, if you join this lower key with a new player, then you get this currency or whatever the fuck, you know. Then more people probably would do it because the game actually like gives you rewards for doing something. But you have to remember, this is a game, right? This is not some sort of like charity organization or charity event or whatnot. It's a game. Like, every person that plays the game because they want to enjoy the game. And yeah, I'm not saying that you can't enjoy helping others, but why would you even think of doing that? Like, it's like saying, oh, you should just like hand out gold to other people that need it. There's a player that can't afford their crafted item. Well, you should give them gold. Like, why? The game needs to help players to get into the game and learn the role and whatever, right? So the game needs to somehow change and needs to encourage people to teach others, or the game needs to explain to you how to play the role somehow. Like, either it needs to be some sort of tutorial for tanks. So, you know, I don't know. It could be like you can do a follower dungeon maybe, and they could help you how to do Impress a little. I don't know. I don't know how this tutorial would look like, but it definitely needs to come from the game somehow. Either the game itself gets you into the role a bit more, or the game encourages other people to help new players, right? But it doesn't just happen like that. You can't just blame other players to not help other tanks. Like, I feel like you're pointing the finger at the wrong people here, right?
You know, Whale in the group, who's just there for the vibes, and he ended up taking a slot from a different DPS who would have appropriately been qualified for those kind of groups. And that's why the bottleneck is so dangerous, is because then, of course, what are players going to do? They're going to re-roll into meta specializations, particularly DPS. And DPS are pushed now more than ever to make sure that they are on FODM specializations. And I kind of talked about this in videos in the past about why I'm playing Flavor of the Month specializations is important. World of Warcraft is a fantastic game, and I have so much fun playing the game. But the hardest part about playing the game is actually getting into the group for a lot of people.
Fucking sell out.
I think that, you know, in general, you should probably be listing your key. That's going to be an easy, fast track to guarantee that you're always in the group. But for a lot of people, they don't want to play that like that, right? They would rather just like click a list on LFG and then get accepted into the group. And there's only so many specs in the game that can realistically be meta. I think that this season's a great example of a spec that has pretty reasonable spec diversity. But even still, if you take a look at the spec diversity within the top 2,000 Mythic Plus keys, which ends up going on to shape the meta, like it or not, you're still seeing some very heavy trends. Players trending towards Arcane Mage, Balance Root, and Unholy Decay. And then, of course, players are going to then start complaining about how OP those specializations are because they feel like the fact that those specs are OP is the reason that they're no longer getting into groups. And Growl had a great rant about this on the bench a couple weeks ago where he was talking about in terms of Disc Priest, where players weren't even mad that Disc Priest was OP. Players were mad that they felt like they weren't getting into groups because they felt like a Disc Priest was OP. And for a lot of people, the perception is reality, where it's less about, is your specialization capable of doing this key? It's more about, like, is this going to make the dungeon easier in any meaningful capacity? Do I think it's going to make the dungeon easier in any meaningful capacity? And I don't have any information on these players, so of course I'm going to take
Beard Guy,
somebody
thank you
who's
so
either
much for
higher IO,
Prime. I
higher
appreciate
item level,
that.
or
Welcome.
in a lot of instances on a more desirable specialization and what I deem to be a more desirable specialization.
It is actually so funny to me that Talos doesn't play Moonkin. Where Moonkin's meta. The meta being terribly overrated is tough problems to solve indeed. I mean, is it that tough to, like, wouldn't solo queue just literally like solve it? I understand there are issues with solo queue generally because of like the lack of tanks and stuff. Like, I think the queue time would probably just pretty bad. Also, how would solo queue work? Like, what key level are you queuing up for, in a sense, right? Like, this whole solo queue thing would be like, it's really not as simple to just do solo queue, you know, like, I do understand that, but I don't want to do that many keys. I'm gonna do like a 1 or something. 17 Floodgate? Sounds like fun. I do think solo queue would work. I think it would be like the biggest problem with solo queue would be that it would be it would be very different to what we have now. I don't think people would really be open for this idea necessarily because like it would be a drastic change to how M+ works right now, and people kind of like M+ the way it is, right? But the 100% biggest issue with M+, none of this meta talk, whatever, like it doesn't matter. But the fact that you're waiting for such a long time to get into a key, then you join the key, then you deplete the key, then you go back to waiting. Like the amount of time you're doing nothing instead of playing the game is honestly astounding. And the fact that this is not being addressed more is just crazy to me. And you understand that solo queue would be like a drastic change that wouldn't necessarily be something that can just be done, but I do think that there's more things they could do that are just not happening. I mean, you guys think it has to do with the meta, with balancing, but it's like, that's not it. The problem is the discrepancy that we have in the roles, right? Like Teddles just mentioned, there's a lot less people playing tanks and healers compared to the amount of people that play DPS. And that's the whole reason why people can only go for meta specs. Trust me, people would not invite only meta specs if there would be a lot less people queuing up that are qualified for the key that they're queuing up for. Like, why do you think that people invite meta specs for, like, let's say a +10 key? Well, if there's like 30 damage dealers that queue up for my key, then I have the luxury to just invite whatever I think is best, which in my opinion is going to be the meta class, even if I think I don't need it, right? But why should I invite the rogue over the unholy DK? If I don't know either of these players, right? I don't know the skill level of these players. All I see is their class and their score and their item level, right? And if that is pretty equal, then why would I, as a player, invite the rogue to my key when I know for a fact that on the high key levels, like the highest key levels, Unholy DK is doing really well? You know what I mean? Like, even if I know I don't need an Unholy DK, right? So yeah, the problem isn't that people don't understand that meta isn't needed. I think most people kind of understand that on a +10 key, you don't need to play the absolute best. But if you can invite the meta classes, then what would be the reason to not do it? If you have so many people signing up, at least in the damage dealing role, obviously. Man, I don't want to do workshop again, actually. I mean, the thing that I mentioned earlier, okay, this is like a very like zoomed out solution, basically. But hear me out. Like, I think to solve this whole like the whole grouping system in M+, I actually think you have to like go all the way back, zoom out the way you're looking at the game, and think of like rating as well. I do think that rating is part of the problem because of what I said earlier. You know, when the best loot you can get in rating is mythic rating. And mythic rating requires 20 people. And how many tanks? 2. 2 out of 20, right? So there's a big mismatch in role ratios, right? And I think if we're going back to potentially heroic rating giving the best loot instead of mythic, I think that change itself would already solve quite a lot. Because heroic rating can be done with a lot less people. You can do 10-man heroic rating, right? Or however many people you want. And that would already like lower the amount, like it would lower the discrepancy between role ratios between rating and plus already, right? And I think that would already help. Because if the highest loot from rating is from heroic rating, where you have the dynamic group sizes, that would mean that if I want to be a tank, I can tank in M+, and I can tank in the raid without me struggling so much to find like a raid group or whatever. Because obviously if raiding is going to give you the highest loot, then there's going to be a lot more people raiding. There's going to be a lot more pucks going on. There already are a lot of pucks, but there would be even more. And for the lower group sizes, you will also need more tanks, right? So you wouldn't struggle to find like a raid group or whatnot. And the demand for tanks would generally be higher for raiding. And then maybe the discrepancy between the roles would already be a little bit alleviated. Of course, it would still never... It would not solve everything. There would still be a lot more DPS available than tanks. But at least it would be a little bit closer. Yeah, but that 20% is the correct ratio that we want, right? And plus requires 20% tanks, and 10-man rating requires 20% tanks. That would be the correct ratio that we're looking for, right? It's 1 out of 5 or 2 out of 10? That's how literally every other game does it, by the way. If you really think about it. Like, every other MMO, as far as I'm aware, is 4-man dungeons, 8-man raids. Like, it always doubles. It always doubled the role to keep the ratios the same. 1 tank dungeons, 2 tanks raids. 2 DPS dungeons, 4 DPS raid. 3 DPS dungeons, 6 DPS raid. And so on, right? The only game that has such a big discrepancy between dungeons and raids is WoW, right? As far as I know, at least. Honestly, that would be another... I mean, yeah. Honestly, saying that you need 3 tanks in a raid would already help a little. Like, I'm actually not... Like, that's not even something I thought about. But it's actually true. If you require 3 tanks for mythic rating, that would help the issue quite a bit, I think. I actually think that is true. Like I said, I think it would work for lower keys. People doing high keys wouldn't touch it. No, listen. What do you mean you wouldn't touch it? Of course they would touch it. What do you mean? Every person that pucks would do solo queue. Why would they not? What do you mean? Like, you really think that people would rather wait half an hour in Dornagal to get into a group rather than just queuing up? I would queue up instantly if there was a solo queue as a damage dealer. Like, instantly. Like, everything is better than queuing up for a million keys and getting a client over and over. Even as a meta class. Hey, Skisman, thank you so much for 19 months. What's up? How you doing? Thank you so much. That is a lot of months. I can't even count that high, honestly. I never learned that in school. Isn't the PvP community convinced that solo queue ruined their game? Honestly, well, ruined the game. But the reason why that is actually true for PvP is because it's a separate thing. Like when you do solo shuffle, it's a separate thing than 3v3 arena. Like, you're not queuing up for 3v3 arena. You're queuing up for solo shuffle. They basically separated the player base when there were already very little players to begin with because it's PvP. PvP is already a small player base, right? And then they added solo shuffle and then they divided those few people that small player base that was playing arena was then divided again into solo shuffle players and arena players. I'm not suggesting they do that for M+. Like, I'm not suggesting that they create, like, a separate kind of ranking system or something for solo queue versus, like, live keys. I'm saying that they should solo queue into the system that we have right now, you know? But yeah, obviously, if you divide the player base into half, or into two, then that can obviously ruin both things, right? Because you're just clearly lowering the amount of people that are available for either of the content, right? Oh, this person's desperate, huh? Oh, no. Those people are everywhere? Really? That's crazy. A good example outside of WoW is poker. Okay. Online poker made it so people that had low skill in poker could learn quickly and rapidly, not have to waste time to go to a casino that may or may not even exist in your location, play multiple tables online, and so on. Massive influx of more poker players, but also better poker players, which led to the poker boom. I guess you're making this comparison in terms of like tanks and tanks in the game, I assume. I mean, I guess there's no problem with this comparison, but the thing is that it's not that you cannot tank low keys, right? Like, your comparison is basically, oh, you can do online poker before you play like in like a proper casino or whatever, but what would the equivalent be in WoW? Because in WoW, you have a literal difficulty system in keys that is there for that exact reason. Well, maybe not for that exact reason, but it does exist, right? You can, as a tank, you can do a +2 key, which is the same, not the same, but it's the same dungeon on a lower difficulty. So to say that there's no tools for you to learn is not true, right? Like, yeah, of course, it's definitely really hard to learn how to tank. But it's not that there's no way of you learning, right? Like, you can, of course, learn by doing lower key levels first. Now, will you learn how to do routes properly? Will you learn how all of the mechanics work properly? Not really, right? But that's the case for all of the other roles too. All of the other roles don't really learn how to, like, when to interrupt, what to stun, what to avoid, like stuff like that. That's just how the game works, right? I don't know. Like, I do think it's tough to learn how to tank, in particular, because there's so much responsibility on you. So I can totally see why the motivation would be low for people to do that. But I don't really know how you would properly really change that. Like, as I said earlier, I think it would be the responsible of the game to, like, add something to teach tanks how to get into tanking more. But how exactly they would do that, I don't really know. Like, I do think it would be a bit tough to add a system to the game that kind of teaches you how to tank. Like, what kind of system would it be, you know? It's like, I don't know. It is pretty tough. Oh, my soul. Hey, Dreiser, what's up? Did you have your bootcamp with Growl? No, I still haven't done a bootcamp with Growl. Oh, I could ask her if he wants to go. I did ask Rory Ben if she wants to join me on Wednesday, but maybe she didn't answer yet. Maybe she's just gonna ghost me forever. Then I could ask Growl if he wants to join me on Wednesday. Couldn't Blizzard promote the usage of off-meta specs in games somehow, since 100% equal balancing will never happen? Okay, again, I don't think that the meta thing is kind of dependent on balancing as much as people think, but promoting off-meta specs... Okay, so I do think that Blizzard maybe could somehow promote off-meta specs in the game. The slight issue, I guess, would be that they would have to admit that the meta exists. Because the only way to promote off-meta is by actually admitting it, that there's a meta, right? But they could just go off of player, like, percentages. They could just go off... Okay, so how many keys are timed with X spec, right? And if X spec is the highest played spec, then that's the meta, right? They don't have to say, these classes are much better than the others. They can just go off percentages of timed keys, which I guess that would be totally fine, in my opinion. So yeah, but then the question is, what do you get? What is the benefit, like, of doing the off-meta thing? What is it they award you with? Where's DFC at? Oh, it's all the way. I know where it is. No, wait. Do I know where it is? It's kind of sad talking about that while getting invited to Metacom Key. I mean, I am a meta spec myself. What can I do about it? I've been playing Moonkey before it was cool, okay? I think I'm leader. Ooh, you know, one thing that I was thinking about? This is a long time ago that I mentioned this. I almost forgot about it. I was thinking it would be pretty cool to have a spec title. There's a big problem with though. Like, I think it would be cool to have a spec title, so that like a rank 1 title, but specific to your spec. The problem with that is, like, yeah, it would promote people playing off specs, but it wouldn't promote people inviting off specs, right? Because, like, let's say I'm the one creating the group. I don't care if the other person gets a title. Like, why would I invite them? Like, I am not getting a benefit off of it. It's only the person that gets the benefit that plays the off-spec, and not the people inviting them, right? And we need the person inviting them to get the benefit to alleviate the issue. So even if that would be cool, I don't think it would quite solve the problem. An off-spec shouldn't be a class that does 10% less AoE damage, but they don't. That's the thing, like, they don't actually. An off-spec doesn't do 10% less damage than a meta spec. They really don't. I think an issue with meta versus off-meta is actually not actually about damage as much as people think. I think, personally, that one of the biggest issues with off-specs, especially in higher keys, is that almost all routes that we play, like these routes that we play, they get established by the highest player teams, like by the best pushing teams. They establish these kind of routes, right? The high key strategies, the high key routes, like they all get established by the top teams, right? And the problem with that is, because it's hard to come up with routes. It's very difficult to find efficient routes. It's one of the most difficult things about Mythic Plus. You can ask any TGP player, any MDI player. It's very hard to find a really good route and be efficient with it. That's not something you just do, you know? And the thing is, these routes that are being established by the best players are being built around a meta comp. So the problem is, if you do a lower key level, where you don't actually need the meta comp, this is very much true, you don't need the meta comp for that key level, but the route that you want to play kind of was built around a certain combination of specs. And if you don't play those specs, then that route might potentially be a little bit harder for you to play, because you don't have the specs that the route was built for. So maybe you cannot do that skip that the teams do, because you don't have that utility. Maybe you cannot do this pull because you don't have the sigil from a demon hunter. Maybe you can't do these two things together because you don't have as many interrupts, you know, like. And that's the thing. And then I guess you could argue, well, then just don't play the route that is like the meta route. But then what route do you play? Like, it's not that simple, as I said, to build a route that is really nice and makes sense and that is efficient. And you can't reasonably ask a puck group to build a route around the classes that they invited. like in the spot, on the spot. Because the reason why there's usually routes that are being established that are kind of like meta routes is because you need a little bit of muscle memory on what you're pulling and what you're doing, right? As players. Because if you do this, like if everyone always has the same pulls in the dungeon, everyone kind of gets a feeling for the pulls. You know, oh, I use my cooldowns usually around here. I need to use my defenses over here because it's a big pool. I need to save my stuff for this one, blah, 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 right? If you always do the same route, the same pulls, it's going to be much easier for people to play good for that route, right? So that's why people usually kind of like figure out the route and then you just play it. And as I said, if that route that everyone always plays is built around a certain comp, like the meta comp, then by default it's going to be easy to just play that meta comp. Even if there was a similar comp that would be able to do just as well, but if they require a different route that no one has practiced before, that no one even knows, then what is it you do, you know? It's something that I don't think people think of when they think about this whole meta versus non-meta thing. Because I can guarantee you, if there was a different meta comp, then the routes that we would play in every dungeon would be different. Like the routes 100% established around the meta comp. And people play that route with other comps as well in lower key levels because that's the only route they really know, right? They don't change things around because they have a warlock instead of a mage. Because that would just add extra difficulty to people like having to learn a different route and not doing something that they're familiar with. Why is no one inviting me when I play Frostmate? Star searching is so ethical. I mean, I want to kill a boss, yeah. Oh, I jumped way too early. I'm sorry. I saw it. I looked at a different timer. I'm sorry. Sorry, team. The melee player's like, "Where's the boss?" Dude, we're so dead. Nah, fuck. Wait, we did it! Wait, shit, I needed to raise for the RP, I guess. I saw the DK switching, and I was like, fuck, I have to switch too, I guess. But the mage did have cooldowns. Do I need to rest this guy? Can he just release? I don't know why the bonk makes a sound. I don't care about the bonk. I'm lining the quenching cast, which is the AoE from the candle. The wandering candle. Hey, Experimental, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not lying. Heal me! I use Plater, but the fact okay, let me. So the add-on that I use for nameplates is actually not determining how far they're stacked or close or apart. That is actually something that is determined by just normal standard Blizzard settings. Okay. So you don't need to use Plater to have your nameplates stacked the way mine are stacked, is what I'm trying to say. The way they look is because of Plater. Like the style of it and everything, yes. But the way they stack and the way how close together they are, that is standard Blizzard setting. You don't need an add-on for that. It is easier to set it up if you have an add-on, because you actually get the proper like sliders for it. But technically you can play standard nameplates and have them stacked the same way as mine do.
Alights. My fire hungers, and you shall feed it.
We didn't light many candles, did we? Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. I think. Okay, that was better. What was the Moonkin discussion that we had? Sorry, I completely missed that one. If you have any question about Moonkin or like viability or white matter or whatever, I don't know what the question was. I can talk about it if you wanna. I just missed it earlier. Why do Boomis die so much in my case? I mean, I do definitely think that Moonkin feels a bit tankier than it did previous seasons. There was this whole meme that Moonkin's always complained about squishiness and no one else actually believed them. Like, people are just like, people had this mindset that druids are tanky, because we used to be. Like, some time ago, Moonkin actually was really tanky. And then people kind of just assumed that they still are, and that they're complaining for no reason. But if you asked any like high-end players, if you asked Liquid Max or any Echo player, they would tell you that Moonkin was actually really squishy. But this season, I actually feel a lot better in comparison. I'm not really, like, they did buff our defensives a little. And then I think there's also, like, maybe something else. Maybe there's more physical damage coming through in comparison. I don't know. I don't know why, but I definitely feel tankier. Maybe there's also not that much emphasis on survivability anymore. Because it's definitely true that in Dragonflight, a lot of dungeons were super focused on survivability. Which is not necessarily really true anymore now. So maybe that also alleviated the problem a little bit. I don't think I can get rid of this one. This far one. So I don't know why Moonkins die so much in your keys. I would still say that from all of the meta specs that are parts of the meta comp, I think Moonkin probably is still the squishiest. I do think they're squishier than a DK and squishier than a mage, right? In comparison. I don't want to do those ones. That's a bit of an unfortunate spawn. Maybe the mage can?
Wax and ruin. I mold you now.
Nice.
No more Candlekin. We can be free. But first, the darkness. Darkness, time to flee. Flee to freedom. We can use Big Candle Court to escape.
Aw, this is such a cute song. I do love me some country song at 8:30 p.m. Do you like Barefoot as a defensive? Nope. Well, I don't know. I have like a love-hate relationship with Bareform, I think. Because it can be a pretty cool defensive. But then the problem is if you're so squishy that you have to use it so much that it just feels really bad. I think that's the biggest problem with it. Like, I think Moonkin needs, for Bareform to not feel absolutely horrendous, you need to have a baseline defensive ability as a Moonkin. Like, you need to be able to survive things without having to constantly go Bareform. And then it feels good to have the ability. I do think currently it's kind of in a good spot. Like, right now I don't think I constantly have to go Bareform. But it still feels good to have it. So right now I think it's actually kind of in a good spot. I think so, at least.
Quick, grab some dynamite. What's for me?
No escape.
I want to do the nuts getting stunned thing. Which way do I have to disengage? Oh, not that way. Wait. Oh my god, this is so bad. Oh my god. Wait, can you get back somehow? Wait, somebody tell me, can you get back somehow from there? There's a candle to get up. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank god. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm going back. Fuck, I thought my character was turned. Wait, where's this? Where's the candle to go back up? Behind the pillar. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god, I love this mage. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Now they're missing 2 people. Guys. Guys. Okay, I should not have tried this in this key level. It looked like my character was turned the correct way, yeah? Oh my goodness. Oh. Holy Jesus. Oh my god, can you imagine we depleted this key because I did that? Oh my god. So how do you... How do you do the skip then? Do you have to join the card in another form? Is that druid? Because you can't switch form while you're in the air, right? And you cannot turn your character while you're in the air, right? But wait, you can't go travel form either, so... Maybe you just have to disengage later. Like once you're much closer to... Like once you're not falling off anymore, basically. Maybe that's just what you have to do. That's some bad trinket timing. I should have waited. Actually, no, I shouldn't have waited because we had Bloodlust running.
It's a great day to visit a dungeon.
Are we switching the key? Actually, I think I'm just gonna cube mute her. They want to do 70 meta load. Let's go.
Too many dragons, okay?
Mito, thank you so much for the 4 years. Thank you so much. Welcome back. And thanks for 1 year Q Steros. Thank you so much, you two. 2 anniversaries. Incredible. Thank you very much. Okay, so let me read chat. You want to disengage at the last bounce, not right away. Oh, okay. I actually thought my character would be like stunned up until I reach the end. Like I thought I have to like spam it until, you know, it goes through at the very end. But apparently not. It's 3 bounces, so between second and third. Ah, okay. So you just stay in Moonkin form and you still disengage like the wrong way, but you just like wait until you're far enough in. Okay. This group doesn't even want to remove me now either. They actually asked me if I want to play Motherloads. Oh my god. Can you imagine a group not immediately kicking you after doing a thing like this? Incredible. Pretty sure Druid Sprint works too. Oh? It does? I thought it has to be some sort of like movement ability, like, you know, like disengage or leap or whatnot. But maybe? It's funny how I'm glad I remembered that there was like a candle or something. I just had no clue where it was. How long does it take on average to join a high key as DPS? 5. Oh, so many skips. That can only go well. I like it. Surely I will not mess up any of these skips. There's no shot I will mess this up. There is a crazy amount of skips in Motherlode. It's funny because in the previous iteration of Motherlode, you did so many skips too, and now you still do so many skips, just like different ones. Just like in a different area of the dungeon, I guess. Yeah, just fucking doing full death skips every time. Yeah, I get ports if you have a +10 timed in the dungeon. Then you get the portals. getting dissed by the tank and I don't like it. He said, I pull and Shadow Melt pack before a boss. You run left. To me. And I said, I should be capable of that. Hopefully. And then he goes, like you were capable of crossing the train track, right? Too soon to make fun of it. Too soon. I'm sure he has a point, yeah. I think he might have a point.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, hiding chat in Mythics, that's where the best content is. It's true, actually. I should not be hiding chat. It's actually true. Either it's like funny memes, or it's people like raging at each other, which is equally as funny to look at. Wow. Oh, dude, I almost ran into that peacekeeper. Oh. F. F in the chat for Bobo. That's what he gets. That's what he gets. For making fun of my train track skip. That's karma right there.
Enjoy your purchase of the elite pummeling package.
What is this now? A country stream? Oh. Dude, I almost got hit by that one. That was real close. Okay, let's skip this. Maybe we can find some non-country music in here. Oh, sorry. Okay, it's either sad songs or country. I guess that's just how it's gonna be, guys. You know what? We could listen to Young, Wild, and Free for a second. There we go. Okay, this is the vibe for the rest of this run here.
Systems engaged. Commence pummeling. Voltage increased.
Oh, my candle.
Imaging this unit violates the terms of use. Lethal force authorized.
Can't you say? Wait, why didn't I say my cooldowns? Wait, I'm stupid. I might have forgotten about that one.
Voltage increased. Imaging this unit violates the terms of use. Lethal force.
I could have delayed that last one there. I didn't realize it was the last one.
Voltage increased.
That boss is melting though.
Imaging this unit violates the terms of use.
Oh my god.
Force authorized.
Those bombs were just so far away. Aw, I just barely didn't have enough astral power. Hey universe, what's up? Thank you so much for 2 months. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. You're using light mode on Twitch. It's kind of nice actually. Excuse you? Wow, this is unacceptable. Are we gonna die? Oh my god. Oh, that was something. Starfire is what you press on single target if you play Elune's Chosen. Because you can't enter solar eclipse. And you get a bunch of benefits for doing arcane damage. And your Starfire does more damage. Ah, fuck. Well, I think the silent sigil actually went through before my beams, so I guess we're fine. What? Oh. I guess we can just use the normal rest. Yeah, where's almost bad time? Yeah, now we have to lead out this key. It's 9 PM. Am I just cleaving this target? I think I am. And maybe I don't even cleave. Maybe I just single targets. Considering we have cooldowns here. And this thing is just gonna melt. Yeah, I'm searching the boss. Okay, maybe we have to focus this one a bit. Is he gonna die? Oh my god. What the fuck? Well, that's not good. Oh my god. Holy shit, that really just didn't die, huh? Oh my god. Yeah, I guess. I guess that ad just got absolutely no damage from anyone. No one wanted to hit that guy. Oh man. We tried. Alright, well, we tried, guys, we tried. Close enough, close enough. GG, GG's. Thank you very much for the invite. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right. Not too bad though. Not too bad. We timed the DFC. Almost 3.4K, guys. What's the maximum number of starfalls you can have going at once? As many as you want. No worries, Naguura can always apply to Boba Vengeance Hunter. Nice. Okay, whenever I see you queue up a dungeon, I will always sign up. GG's.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles, like you.
I want 30 and I can't have that many. Well, there is a maximum amount of starfalls you can have, but it depends on your G-City, I guess. I got Cinder 18 if you want to try. Cinder 18? I mean, I actually would want to try, but I do have to leave. I would love to try. Tomorrow. Actually, no, I'm not playing tomorrow. Wednesday. Wait! I just realized that I'm not playing tomorrow. Wait, do I have a vault? Oh my god, I didn't think of my vault. Uh-oh. Fuck. Oh well. I guess we're not getting House of Cards. Shit. I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot that I'm not playing tomorrow. Shit. Well, technically I could do my guarding stream another day, but it's... Tomorrow is the day where it rains the least amount, I think. Actually, yes, that's true. It rains less on Thursday, but on Thursday I'm doing bootcamp with Gingy. It also rains a little bit less on Wednesday, I guess. Maybe if I do my guardian stream on Wednesday, what do you think about that one? Maybe I switch it up, do IRL stream on Wednesday and do tomorrow. Do another just normal and plus stream tomorrow. No, I kind of want to do a plus guardian stream tomorrow. No, I think we do IRL tomorrow. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll do IRL tomorrow, like I said I would. If I manage to figure out my setup. But I think I will be able to somehow. But yeah. I'm leaving for today, guys. Oh, we got some great content today. That disengaged from the train track. Oof, that was some nice content. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome. But yeah, so I'm leaving for today. Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to follow the channel if you like the content that you're seeing. If you haven't yet followed, I would much appreciate that. Check out my YouTube channel. I post all of my M+ bootcamps there. If you want to learn some things about M+, the way I learned, I invite a bunch of high-end players to my stream, and then they coach me through dungeons, and you can learn quite a lot of it by just listening to the YouTube videos if you want to check them out. I'm also going to be uploading more of them very soon. There was one with Mike and one with Krona where we talked more about M+, about Moonkid and M+. So check that out on my YouTube. I'm also uploading a lot of shorts with small tips and tricks as well, or at least that's my plan moving forward. So if you're interested in very, very short content but still learn something about M+, then you should definitely give my YouTube channel a follow or my TikTok as well, depending on where you like to watch your short form content. But yeah, stuff like this. This one I'm gonna post later today. You're gonna get a sneak peek of the next video.
So this is how you do the box jump skip to avoid this peacekeeper every
Oh
single
my god,
time.
my YouTube
without
voice
fail.
is horrible.
You only ever jump and then press forward. Jump and then press forward. Then you go to this corner of the upper box. Aim your character to the corner of this arrow thing in front
Does
of
this
you.
not sound horrible
Then
to you?
Jump, press forward. Once you're here, you aim your character diagonally.
This is my
and jump.
YouTube recording voice.
So this is how you do the box jump skip to avoid this peacekeeper every single time without fail. You only ever jump and then press forward. Jump and then press forward. Then you go to this corner of the upper box. Aim your character to the corner of this iron thing in front of you. Then
The
you
iron
jump,
thing.
press
Very
forward.
professional
Once
wording
you're
here.
You aim your character diagonally and jump, press forward, jump, press
Jump,
forward.
press forward.
And you're
Guys,
done.
jump, press
Again,
forward.
so we go in front of the box. Jump, press forward. Jump, press forward. Make sure you're kind of in the corner of this box here. Jump,
Maybe
press
it just
forward
sounds weird
onto
to me
this
because I don't
corner.
hear my own
Move
voice.
your character again diagonally to the right.
Jump, press forward. This should be a song.
Jump, press forward.
Jump,
Hope this
press
helped,
forward.
and
Jump, press
enjoy.
forward. We could make a remix out of this one. But yeah, if you like smaller tips like this or like shorter, then follow my TikTok and my YouTube channel. I'm posting stuff there. And my plan is to upload a lot more of these. Because honestly, like, some people are memeing me. Like, I was uploading some tips like this on my YouTube already. And some people, like, in the comments are like, Lamau, like, I knew this for a long time. I didn't start playing in Plus like you did, like, 2 days ago. Like, people are, like, memeing me for, like, doing these, like, tips and tricks. Because people are saying, oh, this is common knowledge. But honestly, like, I don't care about those people because I'm sure if I only learned about this, like, some time ago, I'm sure there's quite a few other people that also don't know about this, right? So I got you covered, guys. Sometimes there's these things where even if you have been playing the game for a while, it's just something that went over your head or that it just, you know, it's maybe not super obvious. And there's a lot of people that do know, but a lot of people that just, like, I don't know, didn't get the memo, I guess, and they just don't know. Sometimes it's this thing as well where at this point I'm too afraid to ask kind of deal, you know, where you've been playing for so long that it's like, am I, like, embarrassing myself if I ask the question now, like, how to do the skip or how to do this, like, ability or whatnot? So honestly, I'm gonna continue to make these videos, even if some of those things are already, like, kind of obvious to a lot of people. I do think that there's also a lot of people out there that it's not super obvious for, so I'm gonna just make the videos for those kind of people. And if you already know something, then you already know, right? No harm done, I guess. So, yeah, and if a few people gain some information and learn something, then all good. But yeah, thank you so much for watching again. As I said, I'm doing these shorts on YouTube and on TikTok. Definitely give those a follow. If you want to know more about my streaming schedule, like when I'm doing what exactly, when I do the boot camps, when I do IRL streams, then check out either my Discord channel or check out my Instagram, like, chat channel
Still no deaths.
broadcast thing. I honestly don't know what it's called nowadays. You basically just have to go to my profile and then join chat or channel or whatnot. So, let me host somebody real quick before I leave. Who do you want to watch? Let's see. Any of those people I play with today are streamers? By any chance? I want to support some Plus gamers. Wait, I didn't play with Yoda today, did I? Oh, Mike. What's else Mike? He's doing some high keys. Yeah, I played with Mike earlier. We didn't quite manage to time that priority, but that's good. Yeah, Mike is really nice and has a lot of knowledge about High and Plus, so I'm sure you're gonna learn a thing or two and get entertained at the same time. And you're gonna see a lot of depletes, which I know you all love. Priority is cursed. It is a little bit cursed. That dungeon is so hard. I still kind of believe, like, the way Wunderbar did Priory, like, that 20 that did it, like, it looked It honestly just looked so easy when they did it, but it's so hard. Like, it almost feels like a raid encounter, like that whole dungeon. It really feels like each pull you have to coordinate everything like a raid boss almost, like all defensives, offensives, like interrupts and stuff. Like, it's crazy. Yeah. Anyway, guys, have fun watching Le Mike. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for a real live stream, hopefully, if I manage to get my tech working, because my phone screen is completely broken. Like, it's just black. The phone itself works. So I'll see how I do my IRL streaming setup without my second phone. But I'm sure I'll figure it out somehow. So yeah, I'll see you tomorrow for a gardening, real life kind of shopping, whatever stream. And have a nice rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you as always. And have fun watching Le Mans.